The battle begins!
Andyan ka na naman, di ko maiwasan. Tumingin sa iyong liwanag. Tarara.
What?
A few minutes later.
To be, that is for certain! Dire's top tower is under attack! Dire's structures are fortified. Super fortified! Like you can't even imagine! The red mist spreads at Radiant's middle tower! Dire's middle tower is under attack! Fresh meat! Dire's top tower is under attack! Oh, Axe is pleased! Heaven or hell, Dire's top
What is Topia's thinking?
tower isn't one of them. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Radiant team pick. Dire team pick. League's assassin. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team, Radiant team, Earth Shaker. Silencer. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Lycan. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban.
Oh yeah, there's a lot going on here for SMG with that. I think it's likely this is going to be KP's offlane. We've seen a lot of it on the offlane in the meta right now, and KP has played it. I've been told by Mr. Nada that KP's been playing a lot of offlane silencer in his pub, so it looks like that might be where SMG wants it up against a Lycan, and that's one way to kind of slow it down. As you said, you will always just kind of get the damage off. You're going to blow someone up. The Lycan's not going to be feeling too comfy there. It's a good ranged lane as well for the silencer to play with. I think the Lycan, you know, going back to that Helm of the Overlord, I mean, we saw it with the Venge, right? It's the same thing. Lycan should be able to farm it a lot faster and hit a really quick spike, so maybe 15 minutes in, 20 minutes in, you're going to have that Overlord run around with the Ancient, be highly effective. It did get nerfed slightly in the B patch, but It's like 250 gold to the recipe. So it doesn't stall out the timing too much. It's still really strong at the point when you can farm it up. And it just leads to a lot of possibilities. I think it's the Lycan, it's the Venge, it's the Chen that we've been seeing with that. And in this case, Team God does opt for the Lycan. So we'll see if they can get that farm going, hit those spikes. I think the Nyx response to Shaker's Silencer is pretty good. You have great ways of melting the Silencer as he built int stacks up. With your mana burn, you know, the multiplier is going to hurt the Silencer as he grows big. The Shaker might have to watch his Fissure, and Enchantotem uses the Nyx can just spike characters to cancel it off. But that one's a bit more back and forth. You see SMG, they do go into the Mars. So this is one way to kind of lock in that Lycan. As long as you get the arena up, catch the Lycan inside, his shapeshift is not going to allow him to run outside. So you can kind of control that speedy little wolf, keep him locked in, do the damage you need to. He gives you some pretty good wave clear as well on SMG. Because of the God's Rebuke, you should be able to handle those creeps as you level up. You should be able to melt some of those summons and kind of put that push in check. So SMG does have answers lined up. This does kind of change the position of that Silencer. Could be KP Mars, could be Moon Mars mid. A lot of options here to flex around. Team God, they do go into the Skywrath Mage. So they've got the Nyx Sky combination. Impale into Mystic Flare is pretty good. They can still kind of tie it into their offlane combo if they want to get something with stronger lockdown, like say the Legion Commander. A classic LC Sky combination could come through, and does give them more options to be aggressive now as well in Team God. Oh yeah, I think that's the sign of, that's a key of any strong offlane player, because that's your role. Your role is to annoy the living hell of the opposite laner. You have to play early, you have to really slow down that farm, make it hellish for the supports, and that's just what KP does. We'll see if he does opt for the Silencer or the Mars here, as again, that flexibility is still on hand. Team God, they go into the Monkey King. So I think what they're seeing here is they're expecting Mars to be mid for Moon. And Monkey King versus Mars can go back and forth, and you do have slightly better range in the Monkey King. You can build up Jingu stacks, you can control the lane. So you can kind of lane against this melee hero fairly nicely on the Monkey. It's not quite giving them strong combinations yet with the Skywrath in terms of hold. Nothing like the duel coming through yet, but that could come out for their last pick. Overall, they are just kind of giving themselves better lanes to play with. We saw it in Game 1 where the Kotl mid for Moon just took over compared to what Team God had under Invoker. This time around, the Monkey King should be able to manage that lane better than we saw in Game 1 at the least.
Radiant team ban. Night Stalker. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
It's a bit tricky. I think at this point you might want to run the KP offlane Night Stalker. You run the Mars mid for Moon, and you go with a support Silencer Shaker. You can still do your job as the Silencer support. I mean, you still do the damage. You've still got the global silence that's really impactful. The issue is on a pause 5 or pause 4, you're not going to get as much farm. So scaling's going to be an issue there for SMG. You're sharing farm with a Shaker on support. The Shaker's going to need a blink. He gets priority early on. So you might not hit those same tempo spikes on a core silencer as you would on the support, but you do have early time between your cores as well. So it still kind of balances out. Your Mars doesn't need too much farm. Night Stalker doesn't need too much farm. You just need to hit these leveled spikes, get a couple of blinks up, and you can force the fights. I think in terms of draft, Team God, they kind of fixed their issues from game one. They are looking to play faster. They do have the Lycan that can push fast. They've got some strong damage coming through with Nyx and Sky. They've got a win condition that can scale in the Monkey King. So in case things do get dicey, the Monkey King can kind of stall towards the late game and build up and try to become as unmanageable as possible. And you don't really have the best magical burst on SMG once BKBs are up. The Silencer's damage just kind of fades away there. Shaker's not going to be able to control the Monkey King. Mars and Night Stalker can't stop him. So if things do slow down in this game, I think Team God is looking to kind of take that 30 to 40 minute mark spike with a Monkey. It can still play early, but it's a very good way of kind of having a condition that can also scale towards the late game for themselves.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
Lena.
Clinks. Choose your hero.
Yeah, alright, so they still take the KP silencer out. Support Night Stalker. It's been a long time since we've seen that. The issue with that is, I think like 3 years ago, maybe 2 years ago. It's been a very long time since we've seen it there. It has mainly been offlane and in a strange situation safe, but support Night Stalker, biggest issue there is laning phase isn't particularly amazing for a support Night Stalker. Your spells to spam aren't particularly scary. You are big and tanky, so you can just kind of play run down, try to zone out the enemy support and kind of get that done. I suppose in conjunction with, say, the silencer in the off lane if you want, or when it clinks in safe lane, there is some good damage that can come true from you throwing your body out. I think for Team God, their Lena last pick, it doesn't feel like it solves that issue of control. Sure, LSA is a good stun. You don't have much setup for it. You have Boundless and you still have Impale. That's it. And it can get a bit dicey, but it plays nice with your Sky. So you do have Magical Burst on your side. With the Ancient Seal up, it's going to amp up the Laguna. You have a lot of ways of bursting down some of these heroes, especially the Clinks if he doesn't get the Death Pact off. So you do have good ways of kind of playing into what SMG has, but SMG still has a lineup that also plays fast. Team God, they do have a lineup that also plays fast now. So it's a much closer game draft-wise, and they should be able to at least bring out a stronger fight. And we saw in Game 1, they weren't completely out of it just from the draft. They were finding solutions. I think with a much more even draft this time, it's going to be a bit tougher for SMG to just straight up get that advantage early on. That's a tough one. I think it's really, really close draft-wise. I might lean towards SMG just a bit more. I think the Clinks is actually a really good answer to Helm of the Overlord plays. Just devour, just Death Pack that. Right, so it's gone. So you farm up this item to get a big creep. Maybe not, you know, you won't be able to eat the Ancients, but with the usual Helm of the Dominator, you're not going to have that early impact. And if you can't use that creep early on to push towers to get yourself an aura advantage, and it kind of cancels out. And that actually really benefits Clinks, right? Because he gets his bonuses based on the HP of the creep. So the Helm of the Dominator is going to bump that HP up all the time to stable value. He's always going to have that set amount of HP and damage up on mid 1, and that could be an issue going in here for the Lycan.
Oh, it absolutely could be. It's one of those classic things. It's either that, like, you've either got the Clinks or you've got, like, the Life Stealer, right? Like, the Life Stealer can infest and just blow up your Helm of the Dominator.
30
Creep. You've also got Rogi with the Shards build up on the Night Stalker. If he really wants to go down that route, you could just devour the Creep Though I don't think we've seen that too much in the pro scene, but you can do that, and I believe it does work on Ancients as well. Does it not? I can't remember now. I think you can devour Ancients.
Yeah, I'm not 100% because I haven't seen it too much. We'll have to see as the game goes on. If it does, then that's just one way to handle a 6,000 gold item. You're just immediately countered by spells and a 1,400 shard at 20 min mark. Still, no, not too much excitement over the bounty runes and even 2-for-2 start. We'll see the lanes break out. Of course, we've got our Night Stalker Clinks lane forming up top, mid one, and Raji running up there. Keen to see how much Raji does. He does still opt for level 1 Void. Again, he's very tanky on the Night Stalker. He can run up, he can try to zone out. In a sense, Night Stalker only really needs levels for some of his early game impact, so this should still be a good position to play him on. They are up against Zeal on the Lycan and Darley on the Skywrath Mage, so they've got some decent combinations, well, good presence out for the slows and damage from Darley, but you can see Raji just ensuring that he trades with Zeal, they ignore mid one, and mid one now with his full HP pool can just focus on getting those last hits with the Searing Arrows. As long as Raji's the one copying the hits, you're not too unhappy here on SMG.
No, absolutely not. We'll see how this lane does pan out. Of course, we'll have a look at mid lane as well. You've got Moon there on that Mars against 11 on the Lina. Should be a Lina favorite lane, of course. Though as the levels go up, Moon can start to get a little bit more abusive on this Mars. But I think overall, this Lina should have more than a comfortable laning stage for himself.
Yeah, you've got the range advantage, you've got really good right click, you can just easily land a Light Strike Array when you see melee heroes going into last hit, and you already see Moon just being bullied out in a very big way. He does have a Salve on hand, still has a Tango and a Fairy Fire, so he should still be able to play on edge here, but this kind of start coming out for 11 is really good news for Team God. You hit that early spike in Lina, maybe if you get a faster level 6, you can kind of play with that burst damage. The Laguna plus Skyrat with Ancient Seal, again, there's a lot going on here for the early game on Team God, and if the Lina is allowed to just rack up that EXP for free, you're not going to have issues there in Team God's end.
Oh, absolutely not. Of course, over in the bot lane as well, Fu, he's going to be there with KP, and you've got Ray on the Nyx Assassin, as well as Unknown on that Monkey King. And this Silencer, I mean, again, it's just very, very powerful of a pick right now. Can start to get very annoying here for this Monkey King as time does go on. And for now, it looks like everything's going just fine for Unknown. But again, I think as the levels do go up for KP, he's gonna start to be a pretty big nuisance in the bot lane.
Yeah, he's just gonna have that presence to get the hits off. I think for Ray, it's really down to him to get that zoning out. Like, he does opt for level 2 mana burn, knowing that KP is a high int scaling hero, does start with 2 mantlets of int, so there's some good damage from fly through. He does manage to snipe a courier. No items on, but that should stall out some refills for KP down the line, and he's doing a great job of just trying to enable Unknown to farm. It's not amazing yet, but he's lining up his shots and just ensuring that the Monkey King's not really being zoned out completely here.
Yeah, nice Jingu proc with the Boundless Strike now. I mean, you might be able to get a decent amount of damage. In fact, you might even be able to secure a kill onto KP here if you're lucky enough. Pings out to mid one, not 100% sure why. It's like mid one, he's pretty deep right now, but should remain just fine. KP, I can't say the same for him. It looks like Unknown, not going to be able to dive too deep anyway. Just get one hit off with the Jingu Mastery, and that's going to be about enough. If you had an Impel, maybe you could have set up for a kill there, but Ray, he did have it on cooldown at the time, so couldn't really abuse him too much. But with this mana drain, he's being very annoying towards KP, just constantly draining all the mana of the Silencer. So as long as your Monkey King's hitting creeps, you're more than happy if your team got at the moment.
Yeah, you're getting some good farm out in every lane here for Team God. Really good news, especially compared to Game 1. Your Lycan Zeal is up in last hits. He's going to hit some good timings for that early Helm to Dom. And there's not much SMG can really do to stop it. And KP's presence is just minimized because of that constant mana burn. And it's actually Afu getting a little bit more EXP now compared to the Silencer. So you might have to ride out this rough start here for SMG. Team God's doing a great job in really working every lane. And it's just down to maybe some of those picks. Like, Raji just doesn't have that same presence on Night Stalker and just leads to a slower lane for mid one overall to manage. And the Silencer is kind of counteracted by Nyx. So you kind of need to just work around these limitations for SMG, and Team God just keep pressing that advantage early on.
No kills on the map as far as it goes right now, though. Mid one, top lane, still farming decently on the Clinks. Is a little bit behind Unknown on the Monkey King, but it is to be expected. Of course, with the new Q on Clinks now, you can farm a lot faster, and it does give you that wave clear. Of course, it did cost him his strafe, but it does seem like a lot of pros are preferring having that burning barrage, just with the ability to actually be able to clear stacks and clear waves. It just seems much more valuable on the Clinks now. And I remember the first time I saw this Clinks in the new patch was, I believe we were casting, I was casting with Godot, the grand finals of Q8 Series number 1. And we both said this hero just feels very weak. But it seems as though time has gone on, and people have figured out how powerful this Burning Barrage can be just purely for farming. So it is kind of working out now. Though as I say that, bot lane, Unknown, he does end up dropping here onto, or Arfu rather, drops to Unknown on the Monkey King. Definitely a nice start here for the Monkey. First blood gold, as well as some pretty free farm this bot lane.
Yeah, he's really uncontested. KP just can't do too much without mana. They do manage to hit the spike on the Monkey as well, so the early Orb of Corrosion means that the next time he does run down, gets the hit off, the damage coming through from the Monkey King is going to be huge. You're not going to be able to survive through the barrage of Unknown at this point, and it's looking good for Team God. Again, they're pressing their advantage in every single lane. Maybe the mid lane has slowed down a bit for Lina. Does manage to catch up anyway, despite being behind in EXP for a while. Does have that level 6 spike, so you have the option now to look for a Laguna play with the Ancient Seal if you want, and Darley is making his way mid. He's got 2 levels in that seal if he wants to look for the shot. Looked like they might consider going on Moon. They're kind of staying around here.
A little bit challenging. I mean, Moon's by the tier 1 tower, so definitely very safe right now on the Mars. As Ray, he's going to sneak in again into that dire triangle and get the bounty, but it may cost him his life this time around as they do get the Fisher off. They block one exit. Ray, he's going to have to walk the long way around, and it looks like he's still going to be all right.
Top lane.
Doesn't have the mana for the Arcane, and in fact, top lane, Zeal, well, they get Rogi, but it is going to cost them to like it. Moon, nice rotation there on the Mars. Does ensure they get something for their trouble. I'd say it's still a very favorable kind of trade here for the side of SMG.
They did have to commit a little bit more for that, but they slow down the Lycan just a bit too late. Hump the Dominators up, so the Lycan does have that full effect up. He can start playing around with his summon army, but mid one does have Death Pact up, so maybe it's not going to be as scary as you'd expect for the Lycan to have that option now. As long as mid one's very patient with when he uses the Death Pact, he should be fine. Does not go for the dominated creep, so the Hellbear Smasher is still there for the Lycan, but you'll see that sort of back and forth as the game goes on. You can see Team God, they're still trying to just win out their lanes, build up some steady farm. They know that once they hit some of these level spikes, they should be ready to go. And they are winning out their lanes anyway, so they're not under pressure to really get these early rotations out. I think they understand they've kept some of these heroes down very well, especially KP. This is the big hurting point for SMG. Just the fact that the Silencer can't do as much compared to what Zeal's doing up top means that your pacing is just not there.
Top lane, rotation in, Ray is there, TP out from our Clinks mid one, he's gonna make it. And it goes back to the control issue. They don't have enough stuns to stop the TPs away. They might get Rogi. It's just not going to be anywhere near as worth for a 3-hero rotation. And even then, Rogi's taking quite a while to take down. They will finally be able to get him. They will now transition into pushing out that top tier 1 tower. So I suppose in the end, everything's still working out the way for Team God they would have liked it to. Only thing is they do miss out on the Clinks kill, which is what they really wanted.
They still managed to take that top tier 1, so they're clearing out more of the map. They're shutting down the jungle a bit more. You're not seeing an equal tower trade from SMG just yet. They do TP Raji down bot on his respawn, so they could line up for a push. But Unknown's already leveled 7. He's just jumping around with the tree dance. He does spot that rotation from Raji. So you might be able to get the tower, but killing off the monkey is going to be a bit of a taller order. And I think considering that, you're still pretty happy here on Team God.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, Unknown, he's not even going to have to risk his life. This bot lane to try and defend, he's just more than happy to sit in a tree and they really can't do much about it. That's one of the real downfalls of this draft here from SMG is it does take quite a bit more time to get online when you compare it to what Team God have got going with their draft. Certainly feels like they could just get going much, much sooner. Again, I'm very curious to see what this Pos 5 Night Stalker does. Like, it gives you a hell of a lot of vision at nighttime. And that might be one of the big positives that SMG is really looking for here. But apart from that, what's it really going to do? We'll wait and see. I mean, it does give, you know, an extra mini stun. Crippling Fury is always nice. And maybe they literally just pick it for the vision.
That makes enough sense. You always kind of turn it into nighttime as well once you have that Dark Ascension up, so you can kind of limit the map in that way. See, that's good rotation up top though, mid one.
Yeah, mid one. He's the big target. They land the Impel and win the Mystic Flare. It's really not going to take much time. Great setup there from Team God, just understanding how powerful they are right now. At net worth, the board at least, John, everyone at the top right now is on the side of Team God. At least both their Lycan and their Monkey King is now they might even be able to chase down for more. They found KP on the silencer, and he is not going to be able to get away. In fact, Rogi, Laguna Blade out. He is just going to melt. Moon, he drops the defensive arena, but it is a bit too late to save anybody but himself. They even land the Impel. Light Strike Array also going to land. They're going to try and chase down for another. Fisher is there, but unknown. He's got our food. In fact, Primal Spring back towards Moon now. He wants the Master Boot. He might not be able to secure this kill, but he will force Moon back. And that Tier 1 mid tower, it's just not going to last. Burning Barrage, it does nothing at this stage.
I mean, even with the Javelin up, you really need some on-proc items to really maximize it.
Oh, that's a great boundless strike into the Light Strike Array, and they're going to burst down two of them.
It's not the heat, it's the humidity.
Really well played by Team God thus far. SMG, they've got a back, but there's a 5k net worth advantage at 11 minutes in for the side of Team God, John. It doesn't get much more one-sided than this.
Yeah, SMG needs more time to build up. They need these blinks to come out on their Mars. They need a blink on the Shaker as well. And KP, he's going for the Veil to have some damage output. He does have a Global Silence up. We haven't really seen that fly out yet, and I think he can play around with that spell if he wants to. The issue is they're not able to match this pushing pace. The Lycan's just doing too much work, showing up in every lane, playing with that Dominator. The Helm the Overlord is up next. And it's not going to take too long for Zeal. He's just given a lot of space on the map.
Ray, he lands the Impel mid one. He thought it was safe in the mid lane to just go ahead and push out the wave, but far from it. Ray was waiting. And they found the Clinks once again. And, I mean, that's a massive kill, John. You're kind of relying on mid one to be able to carry you through this game. He is your main source of damage, and right now that is just not looking great.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
He's just not able to hit those spikes, and now KP.
He will miss the Impale. Arena is there. Moon, he's going to try and turn it, and with the Global Silence, it's hard to fight back, but unknown. He's going to survive. Moon, he could try to turn on to Ray, but it doesn't seem like they have enough follow-through to really finish off the Six Assassin. Spear's going to land. He got the Spine Carapace off. Vicious there. Ray still trying to walk out, does eventually die, and now Zeal, he'll rotate in on the Lycan. Who does he want to go after? It looks like he wants KP on that silencer, and it looks like he might just be the easiest target. KP? Oh, he's going to be able to TP out again. The lack of stuns still haunting the side of Team God. They are still going to be able to get that plus 5 Night Stalker though, so in the end, it ends up being a 1-for-1 of the position 5s. So really not that bad for Team God, all things being said and done.
They still managed to make the rotations work. They did manage to force out the use of Global Silence as well from KP. First GS not quite amounting to the kind of trades you'd want here for SMG. And Team God, they hold steady on that 5k lead. They're still saving up. Helm the Overlord's just 100 gold off. Less than now. So once Zeal has that up, you can expect more tower pushes coming through. You can expect them to just keep applying pressure, keep forcing back SMG, prevent them from playing this farm game. Mid one, it does look like he does finish his Maelstrom, so the Burning Barrage is going to do a little bit more now. You can see all those Maelstrom procs coming through with the Barrage. It does help you farm up. You just need to be able to get more on that Clinks. It does feel like he needs quite a fair bit more before he's really secure in the middle of these engagements.
Certainly so. But at least now he can kind of escalate his farm, and that's what he really needs, this hero. Definitely looking to see as many stacks as possible here from SMG, but bot lane Arfu, he's going to drop again. There's just not much you can do as Ray. He's been really on point with this Nyx Assassin play so far. Finding another nice target for Unknown to clean up. And I go back to kind of what you mentioned. Zeal, he's got that Helm of the Overlord backup. So now, gets the Ancient Black Dragon. Arguably the worst have gotten to start off with this Helm of the Overlord, but it's such a low cooldown. You can just wait for the next minute mark and find a better one to get anyway. He can still try to abuse the creep just by pushing waves out while he can. You know, you'll get a better creep later on.
I do actually kind of like it. The bonus armor is like, meh. Aura-wise, it's not quite good, but just having that fireball, it's pretty darn nice. Just building your farm. It just allows you to increase that network lead. A smoke out from SMG, though. Not quite finding anyone yet, and Zeal doesn't walk into the triangle. It's just warding around. Maybe they wrap around behind, though.
Yeah, they could find Zeal here on this Lycan and be a very nice pick-off for them. He does have that wolf form available, but Moon, if you can get the jump in with this blink tag, I'd be more than enough to hold him down, but they don't see him in time. In fact, they got the silence off Moon. He missed the spear. Meanwhile, Primal Spring in the backside's got Arfu. Arfu rather got them, it seems like, with all the stun flying out, but it won't matter because they will just keep up the chase onto KB. They've got the Impale off. They've got Arfu on the Earthshaker to boot. Eventually the Arcane Bolt will land. So the smoke rotation out from SMG just does not pan out in their favor. And Roger, he's still in the Roshan pit. He's still a target they could try to chase down, but in the end, that's just a position 5 Night Stalker. They don't care. They want objectives. They are playing a Zoo meta kind of draft anyway, so the more towers you can get, the better.
Is under attack.
Just going to be shoving in the top tier 2. They did lose their bot tier 1, mid 1. Then she can kind of solo push now. It still can't quite match this ridiculous pace from the Lightnings. The top tier 2 falls, outpost taken. And look at the vision game here from Team God. They just have complete control of the top jungle. They can just play around there. They have good angles to attack if the side of SMG does decide to farm there. So they've gotten more information to play with. Whereas for SMG, they have this nice triangle ward. And they drop that Academia Gap, although...
Now they've got the Nyx Assassin, but Ray, he's going to survive the initial onslaught. Gets us by Carapace off, but looks like he might die to the silencer damage. And does. So in the end, KP does get himself some nice stolen in, but that's only the second time he's gotten that stolen in. It's been a rather slow game though. 11. That is a rather dangerous predicament you put yourself in, or is it? He's going to survive with the Yule Scepter. Burning Barrage is not going to be enough. They do at least get the final spell out, and they do get the kill. But it does cost them Moon, and it does cost them Rogi.
Is under attack.
So in the end, still favorable for the side of Team God. SMG, they'll take what they can get right now. That's about all they're gonna get.
Yeah. It's something for SMG. Not quite the trade they're really wanting. They drop their big core down mid and support to get that done. And they still don't have an answer for this Logan. Like Zeal, once he shows up, it's not something he can handle. The Ancient Black Dragon actually is doing a ton of damage. Like 144 plus 69, 100% splash on that damage as well. It just really punches the clump up that SMG might want to do, and they're looking for KP.
Oh, he tries to TP out as well. TP going to go on cooldown. Unknown going to take another great kill for himself on that Monkey King. Right into that bottom tier 1 tower now they go.
Dire's bottom tower.
Again, it just feels like SMG, they've got to try and ride out this storm.
Cannot be hurt.
Perhaps if you get a bit more farm up on your clinks, you can start to fight back. But right now, there's just no chance in hell of even getting close to fighting back. They've just got to play the avoid game.
Is under attack.
Yeah. They just need to try and build up, avoid the engagements, maybe look for a tower push while the rest of Team God's elsewhere getting their own push on, and just look for trades like that. Just take what you can get, hope that you do get bigger as this game goes on, and Clinks does scale pretty nicely, so you can kind of handle them out. They are eyeing mid here.
And they are, they've got the spear off, but it's going to cost them it might. Moon, no, he's going to have the illusion room to get away from that Rod of Atos and Silence, and now Roger's going to move in with the Dark Ascension, but Unknown. He'll pop the Wukong's command, trying to protect his Skyrath Mage Dali. He should still drop to Rogi, as it seems as though Unknown, he's seen enough. He wants to get the hell out, but they've got the vision. Rogi's there. BKB pumped, Unknown, gonna run right through the arena, trying to fight back against Moon as the rest of his team is trying to catch up. Echo Slam was there, Arfu. He pulled down the leader. They've got 11, or have they? 11, he's gonna run away. Unknown, he's still alive. Laguna's there, 11's trying to fight back Moon. He does eventually get the kill, but it does cost him his own life as now KB. He does manage to at least TP away. But they lost 4 heroes. Where did the 4 heroes go?
They're just gone. There's not even Dagon here. They're just still dying out. Really good counterplay from Team God. It looked very awkward, but Unknown managed to stall out long enough that the backup does come in from that tier 2 bot. And because they kill off a lot of heroes because they know those big ults are down, they go into the Roach Pit. SMG can't stop this. The damage flying through is just too much. The Lycan can just stand up front, and that's going to be the first Aegis of game going the way of Team God. SMG, they still need more time. I can understand if 4 heroes rotate out, you need to kind of give your Clinks more room. Like, when that rotation comes out, you might just want to either look for the soft targets in the back line, like the Skyrat mage we saw, maybe just aim for the Nyx every single time and back off from the cores. It just doesn't feel like they have enough control. Even if they did, they kind of have to line it up properly. They need to get a good use out of the GS and out of the arena, but the BKBs and the ults are sort of enough to kind of make that very difficult for SMG to really get the proper initiation.
Spear out, they've got 11. Fish is there. Do they have enough damage though? Balance Strike and Light Strike ready to come out from Unknown, and they turn it. Oh, it's just so demoralizing. For SMG, they just can't blow up the leader. Now a double impel there from Ray. They see mid one. Dust is out, but they'll go after Rogi first. Burning Barrage. No, the Spike Carapace is out. Mid one. He needs to run. They'll get the global silence, and Ray does end up dropping. Unknown though, he wants to go for this chase as the Balance Strike does land, and now the jump down. They haven't got the detection anymore for this Clinks, but they'll get KP instead. And it's still going to be 4 heroes down for the price of 1. Azil, in the meantime, he just started pushing the mid-tier 2 tower. Objectives, win your games. Speaking of objectives, they're going for a tier 3 now.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
You just can't stop it. Like, that timing on the helm is just so strong. Unlike when we talk about some of the counterplay with Deathpack, never really came out, and that only handles the hump the Dominator. So once you hit this upgrade with Ancient Creep, your Clinks is not a great response. They take the melee racks and range racks, no problem. SMG 1 racks down, no outer towers left. The map is shrinking, and they still need more time to build up in mid 1. He's trying to save up for a Gleipnir. Yeah, it's gonna be a while until that's up, and even with the Gleipnir up, I just don't know if it's enough. Like, the BKBs are there, the ults are there on the side of Team God. You're not gonna handle these cores anymore.
Oh, they found Rogi again. He's gonna pop the Dark Ascension just to be able to run away. That's not great news though. Dark Ascension, decently long cooldown. And Team God, knowing that cooldown is there now, they might be able to go high ground again. SMG, they're trying some sneaky plays here in the spot lane, but I'm not sure what they're going to find out of this. You've got the Echo Slam on Arfu, but that just hasn't been doing enough. And now, Rotobatos does catch out your Night Stalker. Rogi, he's going to try and run with the remaining Dark Ascension time he has left, but it won't matter. They have plenty of control here to burst them down. And now with the Desolator up on Unknown, they're definitely looking to go high ground a second time.
Yeah, there's no stopping it. Like, they know Dark Ascension. They don't have to worry about the Night Stalker getting some good silences off up front with his free padding. So they just start machine gunning down. They have such good push with Lina and the Lycan. The Monkey King's pretty good. It's an ult.
Echo, I mean, it doesn't do much. It was only on one target. They're going to try and blow up 11 on this Lina. He is barely going to drop, but Unknown, he's right to work. With the Wukong's command moon, it's just taking so much damage. He might be able to back in time. It just barely does, as now the Burning Barrage, the turnaround is there mid one. He's going to try and fight back. Dali, he'll run. Moon, he does land a nice spear off onto Unknown, but he's got the Aegis up, so he won't mind dying a first time. Balance Strike is there. He's going to run right in. Mid one, Rotobatos. He is not going to get connected. He's going to run and just barely survive. But the bot racks, they probably won't be so lucky. The Glyph is going to be forced out. Some decent damage there from KB. That is going to force back Unknown.
Oh, the dragon.
The dragon, though. KP just dies to it. The bot racks at least survive. And they aren't going to go back for it. They're going to back off for now.
they managed to force the buyback out on 11. So Lena did have to buy back to try to force an issue there. Don't manage to find the objectives they want. SMG, they do get hold on. They have to respect the Gleipnir. Like, once they see the BKBs start to fade away, and that Gleipnir hold plus the barrage can do a lot of damage. So mid one starting to hit a bit of an item spike. He can kind of stand in front, do the work for his team now, and kind of play the high ground defense game. For Team God's part, they lost Aegis. They will need to wait for Wukong's and bit. It is almost up, so not much waiting to be done, and they're still kind of clumped around bot, so they're still ready to go for this.
Well, they've got Moon as well. That was a great spike. Carapace out from Ray. Catches the Spear of Moon. Global Silence going to buy him a little bit of time, and he will get the arena off. Can they follow up with this? Spear, it does land. Burning Barrage doing plenty of damage. Zil, he's going to drop so darn quick, but they've got Rogi, who will immediately commit the buyback. But with the Lycan down, that should be enough to ensure that that bot Rax does survive another day. And SMG, they are successfully holding their high ground. So a couple times now they've tried to go for that bot lane of Rax, and it hasn't worked out. SMG now, they might feel confident to try and force a fight on 11. Maybe the one to get caught out here is Rogi. Does have the vision. They just don't have the control.
Yeah, and SMG is doing a great job stalling the game out. Again, Team God has to respect the damage output now of the Clinks. If they get caught out by the Gleipnir with no BKB, no way of defense, then they are in a bit of a rough spot. The damage output is great. You know, the procs on the lightning hits are fairly strong. And I think it's down to the fact that Zeal went for a very offensive build. Like, he's got AC, but he doesn't have a BKB to stand in front. So it's really down to just their Monkey King and their Lina taking point. But they kind of need the Lycan to follow through. He needs to be able to zip around in his wolf form to contribute to that fight. And every time he's not able to, SMG starts to get a bit of an advantage. So we'll see if he does worry about that. It looks like he isn't, though, because he is farming up for the wolf fight. So he's saving up for the Lycan Ags, and that would be interesting. A monkey that jumps around as a wolf. I'd like to see how broken that animation is.
It would be hilarious. Mid lane 11, rotate in.
Killing spree!
No Moon was around mid one though. He's already got Ray down. He almost dropped to that, however, as Moon now jumps in, gets the spear out onto the Skyrat. They're going to be able to blow him up at mid one. He has been spotted by Zil and immediately gets burst down as Moon. He will drop as well. KP, he just gets shredded by the creeps as 11. He's found Rogi, the fourth and final target, it looks like, as he will also go down. The only survivors are Phil and the Earthshaker. Oh, you may not even need the wolf bite though. I mean, you might just go right for the bot racks right here, right now. There aren't many buybacks available to SMG, so it certainly feels like the opportunity is open for Team God.
Oh yeah, they don't need to really wait for that item. They already take the fight they needed to. They managed to force out Global Silence. SMG, even though it's just 17 till the Mars is up, it's enough. They just have so much damage flying through. They take the bot racks. They might just go for Megas, lining up for the top now, and looks like they will. Damage output's really good. The AC sustaining the Zoo army of Zeal quite nicely. The drums are there to speed up the process as well. And he's been going back for the Ancient Black Dragon every time. I think the damage output's just too cool.
Echo Slam there to interrupt the ulti of the Monkey King, but unknown. He's going to pop the BKB. He doesn't mind too much. He doesn't even need Wukong's command. They've already got two of them down, and GG's called off. Fu, he's seen enough. Seen more than enough here. I mean, they'll keep fighting, but in the end, a draw is going to come out. Team God making the Zoo meta kind of draft work out. A very kind of dominant game number 2 here from Team God, and it's good to see because we do kind of have the high expectations of Team God, especially after Season 1. Good to see they come together and they're able to take down a team like Team SMG.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Kill! Axes, please! Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. The battle begins!
Andyan ka na naman, di ko maiwasan. Tumingin sa iyong liwanag. Tarara.
What?
A few minutes later.
To be, that is for certain! Dire's top tower is under attack! Dire structures are fortified. Super fortified! Like you can't even imagine! The red mist spreads at Radiant's middle tower! Dire's middle tower is under attack! Fresh meat! Dire's top tower is under attack! Oh, Axe is pleased! Heaven or hell, Dire's top
What is Topia's thinking?
tower isn't one of them. Dire's middle tower. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Killing spree. Die. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Gago!
Your structures are... The red mist spreads at Radiant's middle tower. Killing spree! Axis, please! Killing spree! Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Can take all the hurt Radiant cares to heap upon it. Mega kill! Double kill! Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Dire's bottom tower is taking many wounds.
Gago!
Go ahead, run.
Master Kevin!
Invisibility.
Gago!
Bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Kill! Axis! Mega kill!
I just fool.
That's okay.
Mega kill!
Where your heart does not.
Tower is under attack! Roshan has fallen to the Radiant! Dire's courier shall carry no more. Coming for dinner. Boy, fleshmate! Axe is pleased!
The worst is still to come.
Sick!
Open to your bleed.
That is Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle barracks have fallen. Dire's middle barracks have fallen. Axe needs something to chop. Axe is pleased. Dire's top barracks are under attack. Dire's top barracks have fallen. Dire's top barracks have fallen. Your edge needs sharpening. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Killing spree! Axe is pleased!
Snuff out your sanity.
Dire's middle tower is under attack!
I'll take your tribute.
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Dominating! Dire's bottom tower is taking many wounds to be. That is for certain. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Found the weakness in Dire's bottom tower. It turns out Dire's middle tower was worth a damn. It would Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom barracks have fallen. Monster kill! Like many a barrack before it, Dire's bottom barracks are under attack. Dire's middle tower is not what it used to be. That is for certain. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Double kill! Dire's ancient is under attack. Axe is pleased. Dire's ancient is under attack. Killing spree! Double kill! Axe proclaims a radiant victory! Under attack! Radiant's bottom tower is under attack! Kill! Axe is pleased! Radiant's bottom tower is under attack! The battle begins!
Andyan ka na naman, di ko maiwasan. Tumingin sa iyong liwanag. Tarara.
What?
A few minutes later.
To be, that is for certain. Dire's top tower is under attack! Dire's structures are fortified. Super fortified! Like you can't even imagine! The red mist spreads at Radiant's middle tower! Dire's middle tower is under attack! Fresh meat! Dire's top tower is under attack! Oh, Axe is pleased! Heaven or hell, Dire's top
What is Topias thinking?
tower is in one of them. Dire's middle tower. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack! Yes! Killing spree! Die! Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant
And it
team
just benefits so much from that bonus strength, right? You go into your God strength, you get that bonus strength, you have so much more damage flying out. It's pretty ridiculous just what a Sven can do with that. Keen to see if that is what MY wants to go for. You can see SMG with their banouts. They take out the Night Stalker, and they take out the Batrider and the TA.
remaining.
So it looks like SMG is expecting the Mars to go off lane here for Seri, and
5
something else
seconds
coming out for
remaining.
BB on mid. We have seen MY run the mid Mars though. Against a Void Spirit, it's not too bad. It can kind of just trade blows and take farm, just kind of hit that level 6 timing, look for the blink timing as well. So I think you could still flex it for MY. I don't think they were really looking for something like the TA, but the TA is still strong. I think that's the big concern, right? Like TA is still a very strong hero despite the patch change. Really nerfed too bad, so I can understand where SMG is coming from. I think MY probably just looking for a support pick here to kind of close out their draft a little bit more, keep their core options open. They go with the Skywrath Mage. So they've got this Spear into Mystic Flare combination. They've got a good silence on hand. Very strong laning presence on the Sky. And this could cause issues for the Void Spirit. That Ancient Sealed Silence, and the cast range is long enough. You can catch out the Void Spirit, prevent him from being mobile. And once he's kind of stuck there without a yields out early on, the Void Spirit's going to be a very easy target for the Mars to kind of run down with his Omni Knight buffs.
Dire team pick. Shadow Demon. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, would be the perfect moment, just prevent it from coming out for MY. They could also gun for, as you said, Luna. Dusa is also an option to play around with those stacks, although the timings are, Dusa is a very late game sort of hero, or at least mid game at the least. SMG do go for the Beastmaster first, so this is another hero that does play with the helm of the Overlord quite nicely, the rework helm. KP, you're likely taking that in the off lane. We saw him with his Venge, hit his Overlord timing, just take over from there. Same thing can happen with a Beastmaster. And he does have early summons to play with. The Boris are going to be annoying on the safe lane. If MY does opt for the Sven as a melee hero, you can get annoyed, and there's always the off chance of the famous Stormhammer onto a boar. That could happen as well. A very iconic moment in Dota. Hopefully you don't ever have to replicate that if you're playing, but you never know up against a Beastmaster.
Dire team ban.
Imba Spirit.
Ten seconds remaining. Radiant team ban.
I was looking at the chat. There's someone saying that I'm really cute. And Nada had to ride a train as well, so that's what caught me off guard. Nada was just riding it as well. I'm sorry.
10 seconds
I'm not used to
remaining.
compliments, guys. I didn't know how to respond to that one. Well, I guess we'll just talk about the draft more. Outside of Sven, I mean, you don't have Life Sealer. It's been banned out. I guess you could kind of go for a stable core instead, not necessarily strength. Something like the Jug would also still enjoy or as you mentioned, every sort of core does enjoy Heavenly Grace. It's just busted, regardless if you're strength or not. So that could still slide through. You could still go for more standard core pickups for MY. The Luna option is still good, although up against Shadow Demon can be a bit more dicey, as you are giving away Luna illusions as well. I don't really think, I mean, you could go for Terrorblade. I think up against Beastmaster and Disruptor, they've got enough control and magic damage to kind of punish something like that. And you can see SMG, they banned out the Gyrocopter and PA. So they're expecting more sort of bursty early timing heroes rather than the Sven. That does leave that option though. MY, they don't have, they do have last pick overall. So if SMG don't pick that up on their safe lane, well, MY could still go for it.
Remaining. Dire team pick. Radiant team pick.
Slark.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Phantom.
Choose your hero.
Oh yeah, you don't have the best wave clear to deal with the Illusion Army coming out from MY, SMG. They might not have a way to really lock in that Phantom Lancer down the line, and that's the biggest concern. Like, if KP can somehow get the proper roar off, and you can kind of clean up from there, outside of that, it's going to be a hard sell to kind of catch this PL out. Now, for MY's side, there is a bit of a control issue. Like, they've got pretty much just, Searing Chains and Spear as their stuns. So they don't have the best hold. They do have a good silence in the Sky Rat, but playing around with that Mystic Flare is going to be a bit harder. I think they're going to rely on Seri to really land those spear hits and kind of go from there. Whereas for SMG, you've got Disruption, you've got the Callback on Disruptor, you've got the Roar from Beastmaster, you have the Remnant from the Void Spirit, even the Slark with a Leap can kind of lock a hero in. So there's more potential there for SMG to hold someone down, and I think if MY is not careful, they might have an issue keeping that Slark in particular locked in. Sure, you have the PL, can kind of do the same thing up against that control, but your tools on MY are much more limited, so they're going to have to play really smart here to get those pickoffs. I'm going to lean towards MY. I think despite the control issues they might face down the line, they've got the Omni Knight, right? Like, that strong Dispel just kind of counteracts the Beastmaster's Roar anyway. The stat resist is just very hard to play against, and I don't know how you're going to handle that Omni Knight. I don't know how you're going to handle that buff up. I don't know how you're going to handle the PL down the line. SMG, they have to play fairly quick, and I think that's going to rely on KP hitting that timing on the Dominator into Overlord. So the key thing is going to have to be that offlane hitting those item spikes. You can already see KP. He's already queuing up that Dominator. He knows what he needs to do here.
Oh, absolutely. One between MY and SMG. Looking forward to seeing how this one pans out. I think it's I mean, compared to the last game from SMG, I feel like Slark is just a much safer kind of carry to have as well, right? Like, Klink's just, while it's powerful, it does take a bit of time to come online. The Slark, it doesn't take anywhere near as long. Though I do feel like SMG are going to have to play a lot quicker than, say, MY this game, because they do have the PL to fall back on throughout the late game, and that's always going to be a problem for the Slark. You don't really have the greatest ways of dealing with this PL this game, apart from maybe the Disruptor Void Spirit, and I suppose if you can catch him out with the Roar, that's even better, but of course you're always going to have the Omni Knight behind him, so you don't want to drag this out too long if you can avoid it if you are SMG.
Yeah, I think the mindset of the Slark pick here, in a way it makes sense, right? You know they're going to have a lot of strength. You know they're going to have a lot of HP with Heavenly Grace, with a Mars in front. So the Slark can kind of abuse that, try to build up Agi shift stacks, Essence shift stacks from just right-clicking those big cores, and it's something Slark does enjoy, because eventually he just gets really big with a ton of Agi in the middle of a fight. I just don't know if he's going to be allowed to do it. Now, the big thing for the Slark here is, again, going back to that lack of hold from MY. So even if they have ways of countering out your own hold, MY themselves don't have the best hold. Like, again, Spear and Searing Chains, that's it. And Slark can kind of handle that. Maybe the Ancient Seal catches him off guard, but as long as he plays with his Dark Pack timing, he shouldn't be too far out of it. So you still have options there for SMG in the back and forth. When it comes down to it, it just basically boils down to, are we going to be able to handle the PL? And that's just a much harder sell. We'll just have to see if SMG can get the control they need to. I think they're going to have to land basically a Roar and Static Storm is their best bet. Like, just get that. The Heavenly Grace is not going to stop the Static Storm silence, so it will give you the control you need to handle a PL. You just need to find the damage afterwards.
That's fair. Let's see what they can do. I mean, they could definitely play at a very fast pace with this draft, SMG, especially once you've got that Helm of the Overlord up. And we saw this last game. Like, once this item's up, you could just start running at the opposite team, and there's not really much they can do about it. Just proves to be very, very hard to be able to fight back, and you can just take over the whole map if you do get one decent fight going your way. See if SMG can make that happen in game one, or whether MY can drag this out and have KMP become a real nuisance on this PL. It looks like we probably won't see too many fights breaking out of these bounty runes either. I doubt either team really wants to commit to a fight right now. Just wanting to make sure they secure both their bounty runes. Though interestingly enough, Mid One hasn't really made his way over to the safe lane yet. So it looks like he might even be kind of trying to consider what lane he does end up going to on this Slark. Or maybe he just wants to hang around the mid lane in case a fight does break out. In fact, they might just force one right now. Leonak, he's going to be able to back. Maybe they get a third bounty rune. And in fact, they do. So no fighting here for MY. They'll let the third bounty rune go the way of SMG. Not going to even try to force a fight to take it back their way. I suppose it's only 50 gold. It's not too big of a deal.
Yeah, it's not too bad there. I think you're just going to have to... You'd rather take that than the risk of first blood. Again, going back to the lack of control, MY's level 1 presence wouldn't have been that strong to contest. Do you see the lanes break out? You do see KNP down bot on that PL. He is going to be joined up by Leonak on the Omni Knight. So we've got Omni Knight PL. It's a lane, very defensive lane. It's not going to be too offensive. You can kind of just ensure your PL gets farmed. You can already see Leonak just trying to hammer away at Afu. And Afu, of course, just trying to leverage that early Shadow Poison. Not an easy lane for the PL if he's left alone. Like, you have to deal with the Boars, you have to deal with the Shadow Poison stacking up. Your Doppelganger down line, it's very long cooldown to kind of save yourself. So you don't have too many options to play tag here. And that should mean SMG should be able to find a lot more from this lane, at least with the initial levels here.
Okay, fair enough. Plus, over in the mid lane as well, you've got Moon there against BB. Moon recently on this Void Spirit just looking very, very strong. And in fact, never mind that for a second, because top lane Seri already ends up dropping here to Rogi on the Disruptor. A Mid One able to get his first permanent agility stack going his way on the Slark. That's going to feel very nice for him.
Oh yeah, it's just, again, down to that level 1 presence. Like, Disruptor with the Thunder Strike does a lot of damage. Essence Shift early on, you just build up so much, you know?
Yeah. Tigger goes down. They won't get the permanent agi that time around, but you won't really mind too much. Another kill going Rogi's way as well, so this support Disruptor going to be having a large influx of gold coming in. But it definitely feels like great news so far for SMG at this top lane.
You're not finding a lot of leeway here for MY, and it just kind of, again, boils down to... Oh.
Yeah, he's gone too far this time, I think. He's going to keep trying to chase down Seri, but Tigger is looking to punish. Mid One, he can't get out. He'll try to get a bit more damage before he dies. And Rogi, it looks like he's going to cop a fair bit more damage here from Tigger. Not too much. Mid One, I suppose he's going to come back with a free reset now, but... Well, it wasn't really free. It does cost him his own life.
Yeah, it's a lot of back and forth, and I think that's something both sides will have to watch out for. Now that you have level 2 on Seri, and just the fact that he has the Spear and the God's Rebuke means that he has more damage output to play with. You've got the spam ability now in your Sky with level 2 up as well with the Arcane Bolt. Look to snipe a courier, doesn't find it, does get the reset though. So you're your Skyrat Mage comes back in, again, ready to just spam out the Arcane Bolt and Concussive. It's going to be harder for Raji to directly trade with that. I think the Skyrat does end up winning out, especially as the Disruptor runs out of mana for the Thunderstrike. So you are building up as the levels go up here on MY's end, and as long as you kind of ride into your level 3, level 4 spikes, you should feel fairly comfy in this lane.
Lena kind of just makes up for the early bounty rune loss as well, just stealing one away from the side of SMG. That'll be Moon's bounty. Not going his way for the bottle, but he's already got a water rune bottled up right now. Meanwhile, bottom lane, they're going to make the jump in onto KMP. And on Pang, going to be chased down here by KP, but they'll try to turn onto Leonak instead. In fact, no, never mind. They want the PL. They've got the balls up. They've got plenty of damage. Heavenly Grace is there, but it's only early levels of the Heavenly Grace, so the heal is not really going to be that great. Leonak could not save KNP that time around, and we'll have to just kind of accept the fact that the PL has gone and died. Fu, he's going to be able to salve up and just eventually TP back to his tier 1 tower. So he's just perfectly fine. No trading here for MY.
Yeah, and that's a great start for SMG, slowing down that PL, which is again their long-term issue, by preventing it from farming up, by applying that pressure with his Beastmaster. There's just not much Leonak can do. Like, he can try to sustain KNP, he can try to maybe play with a Heavenly Grace, but the slows will just keep stacking up anyway, coming out from the boars. You can't dispel the Shadow Poison stacks, so if it stacks up, KNP's still in a very dire spot. And again, KNP's survivability with his own Doppel, it's just not great uptime. It's just always going to have to be careful playing this lane.
I have to be very cautious indeed. Speaking of being cautious though, mid lane, looks like Tigger has made a very important rotation over, and they do secure the Void Spirit. Moon was having a very good time on that mid Void Spirit, but it does end up dropping for the first time this game, and well, that's of course going to allow BB now to make sure he can kind of catch up in that CS department, and even in the levels. He was a little bit behind Moon, but now he can kind of overtake Moon in that XP department.
Yep, to start to work towards that level 6 spike earlier on. Again, with a lot of Spirit Brother matchups, it's just down to who gets your mobility spell up first. If BB manages to find his 6 slightly faster, he could look for a kill opportunity, try to go for the Spirit Bomb play. Moon is not going to be able to really defend himself too well, especially since he doesn't have a value point to assimilate. So if he does get caught out with a slightly earlier spike on BB, could be trouble, but he is shoved out well enough that he is protected by the tower zone. No immediate threats here.
Top lane. Well, pounces out. They've got Seri again. Mid one, he'll get his second stack of Agi. And his first kill of the game on the Slug. He's just having a very comfortable time thus far. And why? I mean, apart from that nice mid-rotation, I don't think any lane's really going great for them. I mean, BB, he's caught up to Moon thanks to that mid-rotation, but that's the only lane that's kind of evened out here. And again, with this kind of draft from SMG, with this Beastmaster, they are going to be able to run you down if you're not too careful. On the brighter side, BB, he does manage to secure Roger's life. Tigger, he will walk away with his own life intact. So you get another kill for your Ember. Just based off this laning stage, you start to get a little bit worried here for MY. They are starting to fall just a little bit behind.
Yeah, they're not quite getting what they need out of these lanes, and SMG starting to hit some spikes. They've got that Helm the Dominator up in KP, so he's going to start applying pressure in that tower, and you have to be worried about that. KNP is always just constantly low. He is still finding some farm in lane, which is impressive considering how tough this lane is, but it's just not enough.
Oh, jump in, Moon. Yeah, he's got enough. KP gonna try and run away, but KP's gonna be there with the control, and Leonak, he's not gonna get away either. They're gonna try and get the Shadow Demon, but that's about all they're gonna get, as now the roll's gonna fly out. Do they actually have enough control here to kill off this Ember? I doubt it. But BB, he actually had no mana to Remnant away. In fact, they're gonna keep the chase up now with the Ancient Remnant to connect BB. He needs a way out. He'll finally have some mana, but not enough yet. He is still being chased down a Moon, and KP will eventually kill him off. The Arcane Bolt is still flying out from Tigger, but it's not going to be enough to kill off the Beastmaster, as now he takes a range creep and tries to run. The concussive shot is there though from Tigger, and that'll be his 4th kill of the game now, the Skywrath Mage. But they just continue to lose so much across the map here for MY.
It's just a great rotation coming out from SMG, and they do lose their Beastmaster in the end, but it's not the biggest kill though.
Yeah, nice rotation again from BB, using that remnant he had just kind of laying around prior to his own death. Does at least secure another kill here onto Afu, and that will make it 7-8. Again, my main concern is KP's second in net worth and top net worth right now is mid one. So the two cores you want to be having a really good game on SMG's end of things are having a very good game thus far.
And they're just allowed to kind of stack up here, clear out the stacks on mid one. Their jungle is fairly secure. A couple of nice big stacks on some camps, and you are building up really fast. They're starting to apply pressure on the map, having that level 6 spike on Moon. He's just working himself outside of mid lane. He's trying to buy that space for the Slark, preventing MY from jumping that fish. And as long as they do that until a couple of items up on mid one, you're pretty happy. I mean, you just run around with Moon, look for these easy pickups.
Dig up. Gonna be in the spot of danger now. There's a double damage Moon. Nice silence out Moon. He is still going to be able to survive. The silence ancient still just didn't last long enough at level 1. Let's get himself out just barely. Meanwhile, bottom lane, BB going to be somewhat cautious because KP had the roar up, but he won't bother committing this time around. The Ember get away. We might start to hit that slower period now where both teams just trying to secure that initial farm they need to really snowball into the mid game. Because KP still wants that Helm of the Overlord up, and he's a while away off that. We'll probably just try and secure that item before he gets going anymore.
Just try to take it slow, keep building up on your cores. I think in that sense, it does give MY some time to catch up. Issue is, they don't quite flash farm the jungle well, especially in KNP's hero. Like, ideally, you just keep clearing out the lane. He doesn't have a very safe lane to play with, and clearing out the Ancients, it's just a slow process. He still needs a defusal. Even then, that marginally helps you clear out those camps. So you're not able to gap close with its net worth difference with a Slark just yet. Midwin's just having a really good time. A Dark Pack is just so much more useful in clearing out these creeps, and PL just doesn't have that same presence. Even with the Illusion Army, they just don't do enough damage early on. And the push does come out from SMG. They take out the bot tier 1 with KP. He was left alone to do that. There is a smoke play out here as well with the two supports, so Raji and Afu are going to line up for something.
That they are. Static Storm up. It looks like they want to just try and get BB in that mid lane. Leonak is behind him. In fact, they've even got a third hero around the corner. Tiga going to move in now with the Ancient Seal. They'd love to get Moon, but a nice Static Storm going to hold BB down, and now the Roar's even there, just to ensure they can kill off the Ember, and then they can move right into the supports. Tiga gone, Leonak. He's going to try and run with the Heavenly Grace, but just too many blocks coming out. And it's going to be a 3-for-0 trade. Moon baiting very nicely, and for SMG, they just read MY like a book.
They're playing around this great spike on Moon quite well. Like, look at the stacks that Moon gets access to as well. Like, these massive stacks were never scouted out by the side of MY. They were fairly deep. They're managing to push that mid tier 1 while their Void Spirit just keeps farming up. Just the power of that Beastmaster with only the Dominator up, it just applies so much pressure, and they're forced to respond with 4 heroes down mid just to stop that objective from falling. That leaves so much space for mid one. He's got a free lane as a Slark. He's not being bullied out, and we talked about the Slark in that lane. There was potential to kind of make it hellish for mid one to get the initial farm. He's got his Echo Saber up. He's going into his Shadow Blade next, and at that point he could be ready to fight, unless he wants to really wait for a Silver Edge. I don't really see him having to wait for that, but as long as he has this Shadow Blade up, he's ready to go.
This is the strong point of mid one, right? Like, once you have that Shadow Blade available on the Slark, you start to get very worried as MY. That Shadow Blade Echo Saber timing is just so powerful in this hero. We just haven't seen enough from MY yet to feel very confident with the way they're running this draft. Especially Seri, by the way, on this Mars, right? Like, we haven't even seen an arena being dropped yet. Or at least one that's led to a kill.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
It just hasn't found the opportunity as of yet to make something happen with this hero. BB is going to spawn out mid one. I'm not sure if this is a kill he can really hope to get, as now Tiga, they're going to move in with the Mystic Flare, but he had the Dark Pact. Mid one just reads the movement. He understands what's coming. A bit of child's play for mid one. Just presses Q and just walks away.
Yep, it's the classic defensive Slark play. Just press Q early, act like you're very big brain, and just survive. Rotation out from MY doesn't quite pay off. They do smoke up again, but BB just gets his smoke immediately broken by trying to farm mid, so that might be enough to tell SMG something was up. And he will still try though, clumping up around, trying to catch KP.
Tower is under attack.
Oh, Arena down. Spear is just barely going to land there from Serian. Well, that'll be something. Raw is out from KP, but of course you've got the Heavenly Grace there. However, mid lane, who have they found? It's going to be BB. I mean, you get the off lane, but you lose your mid lane. It's just not favorable for MY. SMG, they could probably start chipping away at this tier 1 mid. In fact, they already have. They wanted to go ahead and finish it off. Mystic Flare, though, is going to be nice. Moon, he gets bursted down, but mid one is going to try and get to work. But with the Heavenly Grace bonus strength, Seri going to just be way too tanky to deal with. In the end, MY, they do buy more time for the tier 1 mid tower, which means ultimately they're buying more time for KMP on this Phantom Lancer.
Yeah, and the great thing about that kill earlier on, sure you traded unequal weighting of heroes, but KNP found that kill on PL, so he gets that gold. He does have this defusal up on the Phantom Lancer, working onto the Yasha next, looking for either the Manta or SNY afterwards, and your PL is starting to catch up. He is only behind mid one. He's only up about 1.8k gold, not a massive lead by any means, certainly still something the PL can gap close. And as this game stalls out, and that's when MY starts to feel stronger. You're seeing the effects of the max level Heavenly Grace from Leonak, just stalling out a lot of these fights. SMG are still lining up for that push though.
Yeah, Seri caught out by the 8th Remnant. They've got the tier 1 mid tower, which is really all they wanted. Looking for a bit more. Seri, he's been slowed up by these balls. The Knights comes back as well. BB, he's out of the team fight now. Seri, he's already dropped so darn low, and they just burst him down. Moon, oh, he spots out KMP.
Much like
it's a great target. Nice 8th Remnant there. KMP is still tanky enough, or maybe not with that static Remnant on top. SMG now, understanding how powerful they are, will just continue to run down the side of MY as Tigger will slowly be chipped away at, and they even found BB. In fact, Leonak, he's the final frontier here for SMG, the final target, and they might just be able to get him. No, they'll even be that Heavenly Grace up. They wouldn't have the lockdown, but they're 6k net worth ahead now. Hey, and you've got to be happy if you're SMG at the moment.
Oh yeah, you're building up. You managed to find that mid tier 1. You've taken out all the objectives you want to. You defend all your tier 1s as well. There's just not much push coming out from MY, and the map's just not opening up. Like, they are still getting some decent farming KMP. You might find a solo kill on Raji. It's a good consolation prize, but it's not enough to really close out this net worth gap. And it's not just the PL suffering, and BB's farm is really held back in the Ember. Ever since he got the phase and Orb Corrosion, he just hasn't been able to find those big kills. Is going for the Maelstrom next. That should give more damage output, but even just the creep army coming out from KP is enough to threaten the supports and force BB to turn around here.
Yeah, Seri, he helped down here with the Heavenly Grace. Nice Arena down as well, catching out too. They do almost burst down KP, but the disruption is going to save him back mid one. He gets caught in Mystic Flare, and they do get KP in the end. After, might just make it out. Chains, oh, it's not going to land. Oh, you got to hate when the chains do that. Going to the creeps into the backside. Very unfortunate there for BB, but they got two great calls. And that's all you could really ask for if you are MY at the moment with the state of this game. You've just got to take what you can get. And again, all this time being bought is going to go the way of KMP, who does have the Diffusal Blade and is working towards the SNY now.
Yeah, he's starting to catch up. Network gap has shrank down to about 1k flat from 1.8k. So he is closing that gap fairly well. The SNY is going to allow him some really good front presence with the added strength and the stat resist on hand. SMG for their part, and they still maintain a 3k lead. They are close to hitting this spike on Moon with his Ags. That could be big. Mid-1 scouting around.
Mid-1, Dark Pack's going to be there. They got the engine still, but a great static storm again from Raji. Going to hold two targets down, and they found the one they want. They've got KMP. In fact, Tigger, he's not out of the woods yet either. They've got even the third target. Leonak's there on the Omni.
Double kill.
They'll chase him down. He's got the Heavenly Grace, but it's not going to last very long. 3 down already. 8th the Remnant with all the Shadow Poison stacks. It's going to be a 4th kill out for SMG. 5k net worth lead, and they're into the Roshan pit. And why the hell not? When you're this far ahead, you may as well just go right after that next big objective. And of course, it's going to be the Roshan.
Yeah, there's no stopping it now from MY side. Did you get the scan? They only really have BB that can contest, and he's just not being able to do much by himself. So that's the Roshan gone. Aegis first of the game, going away with mid one. KP, that's his help for Overlord as well, with that gold coming through. So he's got pretty good ancient creeps here. He could go back to the ancient Black Dragon if he wants. He's got the Thunderhide creep as well from Slamming Frenzy if he prefers. So good options here as long as he is patient. And that's the big spike again for the Beastmaster. His second big spike after the Dominator. Now you have to deal with the insane push potential with an ancient up front. MY, they need to find a solution here. They need to prevent KNP from getting caught out by the Static Storm. And that's the big one. That's really catching this PL off, because you can't really do anything about the Static Storm. Once it's out, you're silenced. You need a BKB to protect. Your Heavenly Grace won't stop that, and SMG's just been very smart about using that spell.
That they certainly have, John.
Top tower is under attack.
They're going after next. They've got Seri there on the Mars. He's going to pop the Yules up, and Moon is going to go back in after Leonak. It looks like Arena is down, but is it going to help? Heavenly Grace is there. It's not doing so much as enough. Disruption's going to save Moon's life as well, and now they can just keep moving in for more. Baby, he is going to remnant out, but Tigger has been spotted by mid one. This should be a 3rd kill here for MY, or rather for SMG.
Spree! Axes, please!
It's just clean gameplay. I mean, Moon, he almost drops, but he has the trust in our food to save his life with disruption. And it's now 13 to 24, 8k net worth advantage for SMG. I don't see how you slow them down. I really don't.
It's all down to, almost really feels like it's all down to KNP. Like, he has to be the one to beat a win condition, although
KNP, mid one, Marada is getting very, very risky here with this play. He'll go on to BB, but once the Shadow Dance is over, he's gonna run. They got the Dominated creep. That'll be a nice bit of bonus gold going to the way of MY. So you've at least got that going for you. You can already tell SMG, they're ready to go again. I mean, maybe just wait out the Roar, maybe just wait the Shadow Dance timing again, but they've got the Static Storm up, and you know they definitely want to try and find some kind of hero to just burst down if they can. And it's right down to the bot lane where they've spotted out BB, but he is going to remnant back towards the triangle.
Yeah, it's just playing safe, trying to split push with the Ember as much as they can to stall out whatever progress SMG wants to make on those tier 2 towers. They will smoke up though. And they've got the information now. They know they're all down mid. They've got all their spells up.
They do. They're moving into Seri. He's got Moon as a target. They drop the Mystic Flare as well. They've got the Void Spirit down, but they've lost Leonak. Leonak will commit the buyback. Rogi now being caught by KMP, and it looks like Rogi, he is going to drop to boot. Maybe now they can fight back. MY, they'll keep rushing forward. BB though, has he gone too far forward? Not quite, because mid one, although he has that BKB, he needs some help. He needs some backup, or does he? He'll just keep rushing forward onto Seri. With all the bonus stats he's taken, Seri, he'll throw a spear out, but it won't land on anything. Now BB, he'll get glimpsed back. Mid one still looking for more, waiting for that pounce to be back up, but looks like he is going to miss out. And I'd say that time around, the trade does kind of favor MY, as they at least got the mid Void Spirit for themselves. But this mid tier 2 tower is still going to be forced in by the side of SMG.
Now, MY could be a bit patient. There's only about a minute left on that Aegis in mid one. So if mid one actually sticks around for a bit too long, he could be punished. And the side of MY showing us that they aren't to be counted out. If they can isolate one hero, they can break apart the team fight, prevent their backline from being jumped. And so as long as they kind of protect that backline, they feel pretty good. They have the opportunity to jump the Disruptor first and go from there.
Well, SMG
Regeneration.
still looking to move in. The only ulti they're lacking right now is that Static Storm, but it's about 10 seconds away. Jump in, Moon. Oh, that's a nice 8th to Remnant. He's going to catch out BB, and they got the silence for a second, but it won't be enough for the Heavenly Grace to back him up. But now the Static Storm's been dropped. BB, he got back in there. In the end, they get the Ember. I believe that was a glimpse back from our Disruptor. Roger just doing great work. Now SMG, when they get a kill for themselves, they'll just take over this triangle.
Yeah, they are missing out from the window of your Aegis, so it's about to expire in mid one. Very safe time to just pull back, try to build up more items, maybe get a slight reset as they're out of mana, although.
Oh, Aether Remnant still going to hold down KMP, but they've got a decent target in Roger. They'll just try to get the Disruptor down, but Leonak, he's dropping low as well. In fact, Seri dropping even lower now on the Mars. They'll drop him down first onto Leonak. Now they've got the Omni to boot. SMG still finding positive trades no matter what really happens as Moon. He wants to go for more. Tigger might be targeted. Nice astral step in, and now the Sans is with the Hawk. The Sun's out from KP, and now BB's gone. You just can't underestimate the shards on the Beastmaster. That stun, you never expect it to fly in, but once it does, it can be quite impactful.
Those Hawks are really easy to line up for that as well. The range for that stun is about 1,200. So you can be pretty much a screen away almost to get that stun off, and you just kind of get caught off guard. MY, they find a nice kill in the Disruptor, not nice enough to stem the tide. They use their Qiu, and the side of SMG again, they've built up here 12k lead. You are still slowly catching up in KNP. He's lagged behind back down to around 2k of a difference between the PL and the Slark. But you've got the SNY, you're going into the heart. So the heart is where the PL really starts to feel very hard to handle. You're really going to have to rely on their Static Storm Roar combos on just the PL, but every time they commit that spell onto just KNP, that does give BB the opportunity to play around on that Ember, so he can kind of zoom around to the back, and I think that just means SMG has to be very careful in their execution. It has to be precise. If they catch out the PL, they have to ensure that the Ember is not going to be able to come in to help out afterwards.
They move in again. Aether Remnant. Oh, Moon. He's just been so on target. He just catches BB every single time on this Ember. And now they've got the Yule Scepter out onto the Omni. Leonak going to be in pretty big trouble here as he does try to heal himself up. The silences are out. He'll get the Guardian Angel in time, and that'll be enough for SMG to just stun back out of there as KP. He does commit the Roar, pushing back the illusions. Disruptor is there as well to try and help this Beastmaster, and they've got him out as mid one. He just keeps going to work. KMP, he's going to try and run his way out. In the backside, Seri just gets taken down to the Mars as now this PL. He's just not out of the woods yet. Doppelganger is there, but mid one, he is going well and truly in, and Moon, he gets him with the Resonant Pulse onto another. They've got Tigger down. Seri, he bought back, but mid one, he gives him the tip.
I'm not sure.
The buyback is just way too late.
Oh man. SMG, they're just finding way too much in these trades coming true now. MY, the response has just been middling. Like, if it's not their PL getting caught out, it's BB, and BB is just so important in ripping out their supports that have been making the same plays as well.
They're not going to be able to catch up BB again with the Aether Remnant, but they've got the glimpse back right into the Aether Remnant. BB, he just can't catch a break, this poor guy. Onto Leonak, they've got the Omni, and they've got Seri again, who just fought back. Oh, you're getting to that point now where you might think about calling it for MY. And this game is just not going to get any easier. As SMG, they've just got their number. They're on the T4 towers, it looks like. In fact, they're tying the T4 towers. They've got KMP on the PL. He's gone.
Oh man. They're playing
What do you do?
You don't have many options here for M1. Maybe on the respawns you've got Arena, but being dived under Fountain, it's not even safe there. They just got the vision out of the Hawks.
Try your best, I suppose.
Do not blame Axe.
Still looking for pickoffs with that Aether Remnant. Mid one, he's in, he's got PP again. Look at the amount of damage.
Radiant's middle tower.
Knows that might be just enough now for SMG. They've gotten 2 racks. They'll head towards the top lane and maybe finish off that top T2 tower. Go back for a Roshan play, and then you can just go for the high ground again. A Roshan's up in 30 seconds, so the timing's very nice here for SMG.
Just play it safe, shut down the map. There's not much room left for MY to play this farm game, to try and catch up. you're just really far ahead on SMG. 24k up, 25k. And why? We have to pull a perfect team fight. We have to see a big arena with a blink on Seri, catch out the right targets, maybe just immediately pin down Moon and try to catch out the Disruptor as well. If you can do that, then you could maybe buy enough space for PL to just dance around here and not have to worry about the static storm.
Wow, look at that.
Roshan's up. Gonna be scouted out here by the illusion of Rogi. It's about that time. You see SMG immediately rush over, understanding this is their ticket to win this game number 1. Silver Edge up now as well, a mid one, so he's just even more of a nuisance on that Slark. You've got to love the changes to the Silver Edge, giving you that crit. Just feels so much more impactful as an item, especially for these carries now. Just having that crit bonus available. There goes your Roshan. Chance gonna be picked up by mid one as well. You've got that almost that extra shadow dance, but even better with the whole cloud thing going on. The depth shroud is what they call it apparently.
Oh, yeah.
In we go.
I don't know if you can kill them off, especially with that depth shroud. It's just going to protect all your allies. You could go for a really deep dive here. Although...
Seri, nice spear back. Maybe they get the Aegis down, but Moon's in there with the Sansa's out. KP, he's going to try and back mid one. He's just going right back in. He wants the stats, and he's got Leonak down already. Tigger, he's diving south to mid one. He's not done. He just wants to go right in, have a shower while he's at it. Mid one, he'll need it back now, but still willing to just man fight with all the bonus stats. Aegis will expire now. Or else they take it out, but he's not backing. He will just continue the man fight. He wants the GG call, and he's not getting it. But there you go, MY. They've seen enough. GG is called. SMG. I mean, they did this in Series 1 of Game 1, John. Just a very dominant victory here for SMG. And I wonder now what MY needs to change up in their game number 2.
Yeah, I think big...
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Kill! Axis, please! Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. The battle begins!
Andyan ka na naman, di ko maiwasan. Tumingin sa iyong liwanag. Tarara.
What?
A few minutes later.
To be, that is for certain. Dire's top tower is under attack! Dire's structures are fortified. Super fortified! Like you can't even imagine! The red mist spreads at Radiant's middle tower! Dire's middle tower is under attack!
With the Knicks, so they don't have to worry about Spike Carapace catching off this. A Keeper of the Light, they don't have to worry about it just dying to here like that. And they even get KP's silencer secured here because it doesn't have to worry about the Knicks that we saw in Game 2 last time. So it's very safe for them to run this. They've got strong ways of just playing very fast, and they've got good ways of handling that lane. Sure, the strong Dispel coming through from the Omni Knight is still going to be annoying for the silencer, but
5
Keeper
seconds
for Light's just very
remaining.
enabled. I think for MY now, we're going to have to see something that can catch the back line. We saw that last time with the Night Stalker from Team God. They need something to take that same role. Just something to jump Moon's Kotl to prevent it from keeping that spam
Radiant
up
team
and to
pick.
prevent all those illuminates coming through.
Dire team pick.
Beastmaster.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
I'd honestly be more scared of Kotl. I think even with that Beastmaster up, the Zoo army is kind of counteracted just by Illuminate. Like maybe when you get the Ancient Creep up, it's not as much of an issue with the Helm of the Overlord, because Illuminate's not going to touch those Ancient Creeps too much. But I think that Kotl's timing's still going to be an issue. So you still have to eye mid, kind of pressure that Kotl from getting the timings. The issue is, even if you do, we were talking about this in between, like Kotl, you've got the camps to clear out 2 at a time. You can stack them up yourself. You're always going to hit this 6k gold timing by 10 minutes no matter what. So I'm not sure if MY is going to be able to stop that at all. And SMG are going kind of left field. They go with the Timbersaw coming through, so maybe not the offlane silencer. Maybe they're just going to go for Timbersaw offlane for KP. It's a hero we know he plays really well. We've watched his Timbersaw multiple times before. It does make really good work against this Sven. It's a strength hero. Timbersaw can just rip through that primary attribute, drop his damage, do what he wants in the middle. The strong Dispel now isn't an issue for an offlane Timbersaw, as it would be for an offlane silencer. So basically the Omni Knight's countering act a support, which is still good, but it's not going to stop the Timbersaw as much. The sustain is still good for the Sven. I think KP has more to play with his Timbersaw though.
Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban.
Yeah, for sure. I still feel like I prefer mid Kotl just because of how strong it is. And in the support role, you're not going to hit those same timings. And it can get greedy if you try to force it. So it's probably still best on mid. Maybe that safe lane silencer, as you mentioned, could work out. Maybe just the last pick of support on the side of SMG, flexing it around. That's where the power of, I think, the silencer core comes out. It's very open to what lane it goes to. It has a lot of contributions regardless of support or a core. And that just means it's easier for SMG to toss these heroes around. Compared to MY, Sven we know is just safe lane. Beastmaster nowadays, just off lane. Not as much ways of them to toss these heroes around. I mean, they could try Beastmaster mid, but it's kind of not a thing anymore, considering the nerfs that came out as Ags and the timings of that. So you're best off in the off. What we have to see from MY is, again, a mid laner that can handle the Keeper of Light. Maybe not in lane, because basically no hero does. But something that can jump the backline. Like Beastmaster can once the blink is up, but you want something naturally mobile here, especially considering that Beastmaster doesn't tend to rush blink. You always rush Dominator into Overlord, so you do need something mobile to just punish Moon for standing back and spamming Illuminate.
5 seconds remaining.
No. You could try for Spirit Brothers here for MY. Ember, Void. I think the issue
Dire
is
team
Ember into
pick.
Nyx doesn't feel great. Spike Crappers is really good. They go with the Tiny instead. So, not quite a mobile hero, but it does play with very fast blink timing. Again, Beastmaster now can just completely ignore that item. The Tiny's the one that can rush the blink to jump the back line. Good burst damage on hand as well. Can kind of maintain that lane against Keeper of the Light, at least in terms of clearing out the creep wave. You should be able to match that same wave clear that the Kotl has and maintain your farm that way, so you're not going to completely lose out like, say, the Invoker we saw last time having to lane against Kotl mid. Tiny should be able to hit some decent item spikes still, so you're not completely shut out in the lane. You just have to get that quick blink to punish the Kotl in the back and kind of play from there. So they have some quick pacing here from MY with a Beastmaster Tiny. They have pretty good timings to line up for. And they just have to stop themselves from being overwhelmed by Moon. If SMG still has that quick timing on the Keeper, start running around lanes, get the global silence off early, it can be hard to kind of stop that.
With the Monkey King of mid one of his
I think draft-wise, I still prefer SMG. Their timings are a lot quicker, especially looking at the Monkey King. It doesn't take too much farm for the Monkey King to be impactful. We saw that last time around. You hit your level 7, you get a value point in your Wukongs, you get an Echo Saber, you're kind of good to go. You can just show up, use your Wukongs, and trap people around for the Keeper to get the damage off. You've got a great frontliner in Timbersaw. MY... I mean, Sven Omni Knight is strong, but the Sven does need items. Like, he's going to need maybe a blink up himself with this game. Maybe even a BKB is going to be necessary to just prevent yourself from melting to the Timbersaw and Keeper of the Light. And that can take a little bit more time to farm. Now, you are a quick farmer, which is a big benefit for MY. They just have to enable the Sven to sit back and farm. Don't get caught in the trap where you have to join these fights early. Just build up for your team and let them sacrifice themselves for you.
Okay, fair enough. We'll head into a game number 2 between MY and SMG. Now underway.
Prepare for battle!
Curious to see if MY can kind of force the draw in this series against SMG, or of course SMG after that first series definitely want the 2-0 victory here if they can afford to. Just get their a nice standing in the group stage early on. Thing to do is get a nice start in these group stages. If I remember correctly, in Series 1 of the Qiu Sports series, it did feel like they started off slow on the side of SMG and progressively got better as time went on. But you'd much rather have that great start if you can afford to.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like, you do want to, you know, start to secure your placement into the top half at the least within the first 2-3 weeks. And at that point, you start to feel confident about your matchups. You know, you have a little bit more room for error as the group stage closes out, and that just gives you more ways of flexing through the rest of the games.
Already an early team fight breaking out. Leonaki's going to purify himself, but it may not matter. The Earth Spike, it's going to be nice, but not nice enough. Arfu was there with the final hit on the Nyx Assassin, and that's going to be a very nice start for himself on that Nyx. SMG will even maybe get a little bit greedy here for that third bounty rune again. But this time around, they were prepared for it. KNP, he does sneak behind and does take one for himself. So it is going to be a 2-for-2 trade this time around. Not too big of a deal. Tigger even sticking around to get some more harassment out onto Rogi before the landing stage does begin. But I suppose while we're here, we may as well talk about the top lane, where you will see mid 1. And of course, Rogi against Tigger on that Lion and Seri on the Beastmaster. Which side does this favor this top lane, John? Do you think the Beastmaster has the advantage, or do you expect mid 1 to have a very good time on the Monkey King?
think it's a fairly even matchup, considering that you do have the boards that can slow down mid one. You can kind of harass him out with Tigger. You've got a good stun on the line. You can also kind of zone out the silencer here with those boards, but level 1 boards aren't amazing. At the same time, SMG does have some aggressive potential. With the Boundless, eventually the Jingu being up, and once you get that level 2 spike on the silencer, it can be pretty aggressive coming through, but you do have to watch those initial trades. Your uptime on Arcane Curse Harassment isn't as good and as damaging as Earth Spike from the line, and it does feel like Tigger does have better animations to play with, so you can kind of trade favorably against Raji until levels start building up. So rather even, just down to who does manage to get those earliest level spikes earlier here.
Fair enough. Over in the mid lane, of course. Oh, in fact, never mind that, because bottom lane, KP already dropping on the Timber. It's to be expected as he is only level 1, so you do want to try and abuse him right now if you can afford to. But it's going to be a pretty nice kill there for MY, just getting the Timber kill very early on. Of course, KP again going to be looking to get to that probably level 3 mark before he does feel very safe on the Timber Saw.
Yeah, and that's a good start for MY, getting that kill, just giving more space out for KMP to build his farm up. You talked about that combination. Sven Omni, very tanky up front. Timbersaw, early levels, just doesn't have the same tankiness yet. Is going to have to wait for level 3, but once he has that up, you should feel a lot better. Now, Leonax doing the right thing, though, just putting his body forward. He's got Purification up, so you can trade decently well, and there's just not much Afu himself can do to stop that. Like, on the Nyx, he needs EXP as well. He just tries to go for the pull, but it's just nicely contested by Leonax, so it's not going to get a clean pull. And a couple of creeps will still go back to the lane for KMP to farm up.
That's still pretty decent, considering the circumstances. While that was happening, top lane mid 1 does end up getting Tigger. That position 4 line, so a nice pick up there for our Monkey King. Bottom lane, they are still fighting here. KMP is going to be somewhat cautious as KP, he's not backed off. The Whirling Death, he's just feeling very confident to keep rushing forward. Oh, and the self-cancellation. KMP, I think he got salved there by Lena. Bit of an awkward kind of movement there from KMP to move right back in onto KP. Well, that's going to be a wasted salve straight away. Ooh, that's a nice intel from Afu. Stormhammer not going to make it in time. KP, he's able to secure the kill.
And it's that level spike for Timbersaw. You're level 3, you've got level 2 reactive. You can stand and take the hits. You can afford to just kind of trade away. You don't care for Purification too much because you can heal right back up. And that puts MY in an awkward position. They found that one early kill, but KP's now at the point where you're going to have a pretty hard time zoning him out. They will still throw their body up front, but now Raji's got, Afu's got room to get the pull off, get his own EXP up, and just slow down the farm of KMP that way.
Absolutely. KP, I mean, you've still got to be a bit cautious. They've got so much magic damage there with that Purification, but it looks like he's going to be all right. But the last lane we haven't really talked about too much is going to be the mid lane, where right now you only see BB on that Tiny. Looks like Moon has already started taking away the neutral camps with his Illuminate. Pretty standard stuff. And Moon's been having a great old time again as top lane Tigger now going to drop on the line. This time Rogi the one to take the kill on the silencer. And they won't mind too much though, SMG. As long as they're getting the kills on their side of things, they'll be pretty happy.
Yeah, 1 to 4, really great start. Again, they've hit this level spike under Silencer and under Monkey King. They've got Presence to play with. The burst damage coming through from Raji. You mentioned it, but the damage output of Arcane Curse in Last Word is scary. Not much a Lion can really do about that. And Seri, once he's out of mana, he can't really do much. He is very close to finishing up his helm for the Dom. So you are still going to hit some decent timings here on your Beastmaster, but he's kind of forced to jungle early, and that just leaves a very free lane for mid 1 to keep this farm build up and keep that EXP build up. He's about to hit 6, whereas our Beastmaster is still up level 3.
I mean, happy days right now for SMG. Both top 2 cores in the net worth graph right now are mid 1 and of course Moon, which is very reminiscent of that game 1 of the last series. So, Moon naturally will start working toward those BOTs now. Avalanche there from BB, trying to take some stacks away from Moon. Only gets the small creeps though. He's still going to stick around to try and contest the big centaurs, but it looks like it is going to be a little bit too dangerous for BB to stay too long, as now the rotations are here. Fu, Impel on target. Illuminate gonna fly right through. Roger even gonna show up. Spy Carapace gonna keep Fu safe, and BB, he does just have to run as Moon is continuing to chase him down, and he has another Illuminate ready, but they want that Impel there as well there from Fu, and well, they don't even need it.
Dyer's top
Moon,
tower
I mean, the
is under
Illuminate into the
attack.
blinding light, it's all that's necessary with this mid coddle. He gets the job done himself. In fact, Fu, he gets caught trying to, I'm not sure what he was doing there with that ancient stack. It won't matter though, because Moon, he still managed to clean up Tigger.
He was trying to contest the bounty room. He did grab it, but
Like axe,
he did
the
sacrifice his
Dyer's
life. I don't think it's too bad.
structures
Like, they find the ancient stacks that are aware something's going to happen there, and you give Moon another kill to build off of on his Keeper of Light. He hits his level 8 spike. He's just a very scary hero to play into now. He has the value point from Solar Bind, so that magic amplification is up, and you're about to see SMG at this point. If they do leave Moon for too long, this Keeper of Light is just going to take over this game at this mid-game point.
Oh, I mean, that he will. Abilities on the way here for Moon. That mobility gonna be there now for the Keeper of the Light. Well, you know what comes next, John. The Dagon is what you want to see from this coddle. Because this time around, I don't think he's going to require anything like the 4-staff either. Like, he could go for the 4-staff to just try and have that extra kind of utility and mobility on the coddle, but it's pretty unnecessary, quite frankly. In the last game around, he got it because he was up against the clockwork. This game, I think he can afford to just skip it. Pulse in, mid one, gonna get hexed up. He's already kind of running away though, and he's gonna be just fine as Tigger. Well, they weren't expecting Moon to be around, and now a great balance strike out from mid one. Seri, he's been caught. Illuminate's not gonna land, a Purification, and Heavenly Grace is there. That's gonna take him up a little bit, but not enough.
Kill.
Mid one, he'll find another kill for himself. That'll be the third of the game for the Monkey King. Is now Fu.
Radiant's bottom tower.
He was being chased down by KNP, but he's gonna be all right. Moon spots out BB. Nice Illuminate with the Solar Bind now on BB. Illuminate gonna fly out as well, and even the Primal Spring in. BB, he's gonna have to try and run his way out. KNP already so low as well from the Illuminate, and he just gets taken down. I mean, what do you do? These Illuminates, they're so spammable now. Tigger,
under attack.
he's gonna try and get himself out. BB, I can't say the same for him. Balance strike now from our Monkey King onto Tigger. There goes your Lion. He knows he's dead. Now this hero just makes no sense to me, John. This Keeper of the Light.
Oh yeah. It's too much, and they're clearing out the Ancient Skull with KP showing up. You know, this is almost the same as we saw in that first game in the first series. The big difference is mid one has early presence. It's not like a PA where you're farming a Battle Fury up. You're a Monkey King, you're rushing Desolator, you've got damage, you've got mobility. You can play very fast with this hero, and there's just not much room to breed for MY. They've got a free lane for KNP to farm up on. I don't know if the Sven farming is going to be an issue for the next 15 minutes. Like, there's just such a massive amount of time where SMG can just abuse this power spike and keep taking fights.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, KNP, he can farm all he wants right now, but it seems like SMG are the ones that are just going to keep running them down. BB, he's not safe in the mid lane as another nice impulse out from Fu, and BB, he's already out of mana. Just gets destroyed as Tigger now also going down on Leonak. I mean, he tried to help them out. He does at least cut the tree of mid one, but that's about all he's done. Is he's going to go back to hit a creep, try to protect that tier 1 tower. There's no way out. No chance in hell. Yeah, this is scary times for MY. 2-14, 5k lead for SMG right before the 10-minute mark, as you'd expect from a Keeper of the Light. And they're just going to take some towers, pushing into mid-tier 1. No defense coming through. It is just mid-1 hitting, but he's going to have his Desolator up soon. And this tower should give him that gold. So if you thought mid-1's damage was high already, it's going to be even higher after this. And it just keeps getting worse because Seri now has dropped. On the Beastmaster, he's gone. Fu takes another kill on the Nyx. And they're not going to stop. And tier 1 mid's dropped. They might take a bit of a resting period just to get a bit more farm up. Though, quite frankly, I don't think they need to. KMP, he's going to get spotted right now by mid one if he's not too careful. It's like mid one will go the other way, back down into the bot lane and try to secure his own creeps up now. Again, I just don't see the need for SMG to slow down in this game. It just feels like they're more than happy to keep it up. Seri gonna figure out that Moon is around him now in the coddle, but will feel pretty safe around the tier 1 tower. The rest of SMG will just keep all the other lanes pushed in. Looks like Moon. Oh, there's your Dagon up now. So here comes that silly period. As SMG, they'll start cutting off Seri. Moon just rushes in. And I can confidently say this Beastmaster is dead.
You gotta love it. You gotta love it. I just love this. The fact that Dagon Rush on Cosmo mid is the thing. It's the hotness. You know, it's always fun to see. Can't really do much about it while all of that happens. Mid one just gets the pressure on by himself. With that Desolator up, he does a ton of damage. This Sven can't even hope to hold out against that. Even with level 2 Warcry, it's just not enough. And they're just posturing around now. Afu, breaks the smoke. Beautiful.
Just nothing panning out here.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I'd say Tiga. Oh, he's been scattered out. Illuminate gonna fly through. BB, he at least kills Afu off. So you got one kill going, but now KP's just rushing forward. BB, he'll remain safe thanks to that Heavenly Grace. And KP probably not going to be willing to dive the tier 3 tower yet anyway.
War has come to Radiant's
but they're already looking towards tier 2 towers. I mean, with this kind of draft, they just don't want to slow down.
Tower is under attacks.
They're not going to go after tier 2s yet. But let the creeps do the work.
Yeah,
but they're going to keep control of this map.
Oh, no reason to take that risk. I think they still respect the fact that MY has some good burst damage, some good control with a Beastmaster Roar, and they do manage to get a smoke off this time. So see if they can wrap around someone. The ward does show them that Tigger's walking around, so they should be suspicious of something happening here.
But they should. Stun out, Balance Strike is there, KMP, he's going to try and run the other way after he's around, doesn't have the impel, but it may not matter. Meanwhile, Moon, he gets BB in the mid lane. And I imagine by your laughing, John, that it was another Dagon there from Moon.
Yeah, they got the jump, they revealed a blink in the Tiny, blow up the silencer. Silencer for Tiny, SMG's just going to be laughing themselves at the bank. It's just a very favorable trade for SMG. There is pressure here in MY to play fast, and we did talk about the Tiny having to catch out the Coddle. If you can't catch him, then it really doesn't line up. You know, that's the entire point of that pick, to jump that soft backline, but Moon's just playing very safe, although...
Well, Avalanche Toss is there from BB. They've got some substantial damage out, but that's about all they've got. They definitely have not got a kill as BB. He's going to try and get out, but there's just no chance.
I must divert.
I mean, if you're Leonak, you can only Heavenly Grace one person at a time. And even then, he couldn't even get it off that time. In fact, Moon, he's going for more now. Tigger gets hit by the Illuminate, loses over half his HP, but he is going to survive. At the very least, he is alive, which is, it's good news in a way, right?
Oh, KNP?
He's been caught. Sounded surprised there for a second, John. He's going to try and turn here onto Moon, but Moon can run away with his horse. And there's just not really much you can do to slow him down right now, as Raji's going to cut them off. KP's there as well. They're going to miss out on the Sven, but it won't matter. They can clean up everyone else. Global Silence will fly in. KP, he'll just keep getting to work. There goes Seri on the Beastmaster. BB, he is there with the Avalanche Toss and does actually kill off KP. So he gets something. Definitely not too bad of a kill there for the side of MY. But it's still a 10k net worth lead for SMG. And this is without mid one joining in on the team fights. Like, he's just farming right now. He's just taking the time, gotten the Deso up. And looks like once he gets the BKB, he'll probably rejoin his team to go for these big fights.
Once you have that BKB, like, the magical burst on Tiny is not going to be a factor. They do get a good smoke out, but Midland's just there to break.
Absolutely. Wukong's command. Look at the damage. BB, he's going to try and run. Solar Bind is there. Moon, can he get the Dagon off? Not quite.
Yeah, it's a tough situation for MY. I'm trying to think of something they could do. Maybe that's BKB and KNP. You know, you're not going to care for Illuminate. You only have to worry about the Monkey King afterwards. Serido caught out again.
That is under attack.
I mean, all you can do is kind of laugh right now if you're MY. I mean, I don't think there's any pro right now that doesn't believe this Coddle BS is just completely broken. It's like, what are you gonna do? You know, like if you fall behind this hero, you're just gonna die over and over again without a choice. Maybe they kill him. Moon. Avalanche is there, toss back into KMP. He runs fast, but not fast enough.
Radiant's middle tower falls. Axis middle finger run away.
They had to use 2 ults. They had to use God Strength. They had to use Finger. They had to commit full Avalanche toss, and they could turn here. Afu.
Not gonna catch anyone yet, but they have got the vision on Baby. They know he's around there somewhere.
Dyer's bottom tower.
KP immediately just gonna TP out. He's gonna be just fine. SMG though, I mean, they've taken your outpost already. They've already gotten 1 tier 2 tower prior to the 15-minute mark. Afu, he could be in a spot of danger. Like, he is kind of surrounded by some heroes, but none of them have the vision of the next assassin right now.
This is I mean, killing off mid one is great. Moon is great. You know, it's a big kill. They need more of that. So as long as they keep punishing this Coddle for being alone, that could be one way to catch up. They just need to find those opportunities. They need to be ready to always punish the Coddle for kind of splitting off from his team. With those Boots of Travel's up, you're not going to go for anything defensive on the Coddle in time soon. So your chain stun, your burst damage with the Finger, it's always going to pan out. I don't see Moon going for an early BKB just to mitigate that. He just wants more damage, wants more uptime on his spells with an Octarine Rush next. You can't fault him for it. And I think overall, SMG even dropping Moon because of his tower trades, they're still fairly happy about this game so far. Like, they still have a grip on the map. There's no room to farm here for MY.
KMP, he's been called out now to Sven. That's the big carry you need to survive, and he's going to be forced to BKB up and maybe just try to turn, but there's no damage. KP, he tossed back. Maybe they can have it now with the tier 3 tower. They'll get to work, but Afu's moved in. Roar is there as well. They're just throwing everything at KP, and he just barely dies in time. Boy, oh boy, that chain almost landed on the tree. They found Afu as well, so definitely great news now for MY. SMG, they are going to be forced to back now. They'll have to bide out their time a little bit. Wait for their heroes to respawn back up. But there is a glimmer of hope here for MY.
And they've managed to hit that spike. Whether it's Sven with the BKB, it is enough to avoid a lot of the damage and control coming out from SMG. So the Keeper of the Light's not going to be able to manage that Sven as long as these charges stay up, and as long as KMP manages to use that BKB in the third rail though.
Yeah, nice avalanche toss. Mid one, he's gone too far and he hasn't popped his BKB in time, but he is going to be able to survive through it anyway. No BKB necessary, but now Rogi's been caught out on the silencer, and he is certainly going to drop. SMG, I mean, they've got a crazy lead, but they've got to be careful to throw it back the way of MY. And now the Illuminate does fly through mid one. He's going to stand his ground and try to fight, but not against KMP, who has plenty of damage with the God Strength and does take him down. So now the kills coming back the way of MY. They're still going to lose BB on this Tiny. KMP's going to keep trying to go to work. Solar Bind is there, but the Heavenly Grace is going to purge it off. Tigger, well, he might be the next victim of Moon on this Coddle. KP, he'll be the one to take it. So I suppose you've got to be somewhat satisfied by killing off mid one here. Again, the Heavenly Grace going to keep KMP safe. Now the buyback is there from BB to try and punish KP. Roar is out onto Arfus. They do at least get a Nyx Assassin for their trouble, but that's about all they're going to get with this buyback. Yeah, well, you lost Seri though.
Yeah, it's it's key for the lightings now. Good holdout from MY though, although KMP.
Avalanche is there, toss up onto Moon, but the Global Silence is going to ensure that they can't really follow up. Moon. Ooh. I mean, he gets him. Blinding Light, Illuminate, and Dagon, but it wasn't enough to kill off KMP this time. He does manage to get himself out.
Yeah, it's again, MY's holding out really well, preventing any progress from SMG onto the high ground. I think at this point SMG might have to just consider taking out these tier 2 towers at the sides first, play it safe, shut down the map even more, look for the next Roshan. It's up. That is still the first Roshan of the game. Maybe just having that secondary life on, say, mid one, it's gonna make all the impact they need to really start to take more of these fights. They are saving up for the Ags as well here on their Monkey King. So you will have the Monkey Army coming out. It's not going to help in Roche, but it will help you in these fights. It does make it harder for MY to commit and just stand their ground and get the hits off, because the Monkey King will constantly always have a source of damage flying through every time.
Oh, absolutely. So MY not out of this game yet, even if it is a 14k net worth deficit. Just, they still have a chance. Chances are slim though. Mid one. Oh, these heroes are going to be spotted out by Arfu. They think they're going to hunt mid one, but in fact they're the ones being hunted. Leonak, he's got no chance of survival here. Or does he? He's got some hope coming in, but Primal springs out from mid one, and he's going to go for the man fight against KMP. God strength or no God strength mid one. He's trying to man fight. He's still going at it. He might be able to, but no. KMP, he has the damage. They still kill him off in the end, and it looks like they might still clean up here for the side of SMG. The Tiga is set to fall. Seri probably not going to be so lucky either with his own life. The Illuminate does fly in. Another one from Moon with the body blocks out. Seri, he has no way out.
You were not.
I mean, they're getting mid one, but that's really just due to the fact that mid one's overextending like a madman. They're very confidently trying to man fight the God Strength Sven.
Bottom tower.
I mean, it's giving them a chance. I suppose it's the one big positive.
They're finding some trades, but it's still not shaping up enough to turn back the tides here for MY. Like, there is hope. They are getting big in the Sven. The damage output is growing really nicely. The combination with the Omni Knight is still strong, just naturally very strong, even without any further items up. Maybe once you have this Crystallis into Daedalus up, the Sven crits can really start to clean up the entire team on the side of SMG if you're not careful. But they are losing map space. Bot tier 2 gone, 22 minutes in. High ground opened up once more. Moon, his Ags is almost done. So he's going to have that Will-O-Wisp up next for more AoE control and to catch one out.
Yeah, that they do. BB being very, very low. Moon moving in with the Dagon, but with the Heavenly Grace, he's very, very tanky as now they stun up KP. Illuminate, not going to be enough. BB, he's out of there. They'll still try to turn. It looks like it's about time to leave. Back home for MY.
You need to be like a shark.
Radiant's top tower is
Now mid one. He just takes the top tier 2 by himself. Slowly but surely he'll get it done.
Look at that sticker. Exactly it.
If that's what
where is the jump?
Right there.
BB, nice toss back on the KP. They might be able to get the Timber again, and it looks like they've got him. So again, KP just out of position, gets tossed back and does get punished for it. Yeah, SMG, I mean, they're about to have this Aghanim Scepter up. In fact, they've already got it up. So mid one, he's going to move in. KP's been targeted. Wukong's command is going to break up this team fight as mid one will go straight in on the Sven, but he still has a lot of damage, especially with that Guardian Angel. He will remain protected. Yet they are still going to try and chase. Moon, nice blinding light back. Boundless Strike connecting on 2 as well, and that'll be Leonak dead. BB, he is going to be able to back off with a nice toss back onto mid one. Maybe they can lock him down long enough, or maybe not.
Unstoppable! Double kill!
They just clean up. They just continue to clean up. And we have KMP DC'd.
Yeah, the unfortunate timing there, but look at the position of SMG. They're diving behind tier 3s, behind tier 4s, into the fountain. Yeah, this is a hero. This is the world we live in now with Coddle mid. This is it. Octarine up, lower cooldown in the spells. You can't stop it. You can't stop the future, not like this.
I'll be creeping while you are sleeping.
Oh, Moon is really asking the hard questions here.
Take it. You need to be like a shark. You need to be like a shark.
Yeah, I mean, it does seem like you're at the point now where you're just probably not going to be able to leave your fountain if you are these two supports. Or rather, I say support. Seri's an offlane Beastmaster, but he kind of feels like a support right now. He just hasn't been able to do much. He's almost at the helm of the Overlord, but I mean, it's just so late. Probably have had it about 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, the timings are just off, and it just comes down to allowing Kotl to pass through. I think seeing it just pass through, especially since they banned it in game 1, and they give it away in game 2, I don't think there's anything that kind of counterattack the Kotl mid, because no matter what happens, you always have farm. If you get shut down in lane, somehow you've got the jungle. And if you don't get shut down in lane, you have the lane. And you can still play with a jungle. You always hit this 6k-ish timing by 10 minutes. That's been consistent. Every single Kotl game we've watched, by 10 minutes, you're at 6k gold, you've got traveled stuff, you're building into your Dagon. Every time. And there's just nothing that stops it. There's just nothing. I don't know if it's worthwhile to invest just, say, running a support on mid, say, just basically run a dual lane for the most part, playing tag and keeping Kotl down. I don't know if that's going to be worthwhile as a way of stopping the Keeper of the Light from getting those spikes, because that opens up your side lanes and you might just lose out there.
Tigger, we're going to back off now. KP reconnecting on the Sven. We'll just focus on that tier 3 tower. No real issues here for SMG. You've got no buybacks available on MY right now, so it's very hard to expect a form of defense. SMG, he's going it again. He just take-ons him down. It's just not fair. It's just not fair. Now they turn around on the Beastmaster. Seri, he's going to be alright. But they're on to the mid-tier 3 tower now. How long until this Keeper of the Light gets balanced, as Loda would say?
I don't know. Like, it just reminds you of Beastmaster mid being absolutely busted. And that took like a week or 2. Oh, for sure.
It's worse than that. Impel gonna land on 2 after killing off KP. He's got no buyback. Leona, he's gonna try and run, but he's also down a mid 1. That's it. I think they've called it.
Yep, that's a Kotl mid. You know, again, when you see it first phase pick, you're like, all right, I guess that's it. I know it's just not something a lot of people can handle at all.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Kill! Axis, please! Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. The battle begins!
What?
A few minutes later.
To be, that is for certain. Dire's top tower is under attack! Dire's structures are fortified. Super fortified! Like you can't even imagine! The red mist spreads at Radiant's middle tower! Dire's middle tower is under attack! Fresh meat! Dire's top tower is under attack! Oh, Axe is pleased! Heaven or hell, Dire's top...
What is Topia's thinking?
Top tower is in one of them. Dire's middle tower. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack! Yes! Killing spree! Die! Dire's bottom tower is under attack!
Gago!
Your structures are... Mist spreads at Radiant's middle tower. Killing spree! Axe is pleased! Killing spree! Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Structures can take all the hurt Radiant cares to heap upon it. Mega kill! Double kill! Dire's bottom tower is under attack!
Let's go.
Dire's bottom tower is taking many wounds.
Gago!
Go ahead, run.
Invisibility.
Gago!
Perfect.
Bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Mega kill!
I just fool.
That's okay.
Mega kill!
Where your heart does not.
Tower is under attack! Roshan has fallen to the Radiant! Dyer's courier shall carry no more. Come in for dinner. Boy, fleshmate! Axe is pleased!
The worst is still to come.
Sick!
Open to your bleed.
To be. That is Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dyer's middle tower is under attack. Dyer's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dyer's middle barracks have fallen. Dyer's middle barracks have fallen. Axe needs something to chop. Axe is pleased. Dyer's top barracks are under attack. Dyer's top barracks have fallen. Dyer's top barracks have fallen. Your edge needs sharpening. Dyer's middle tower is under attack. Killing spree! Axe is pleased.
Snuff out your sanity.
Dyer's middle tower is under attack.
I'll take your tribute.
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Dominating! Dyer's bottom tower is taking many wounds to be. That is for certain. Dyer's middle tower is under attack. Dyer's structures are fortified. Dyer's bottom tower is under attack. Dyer's bottom tower is under attack. Found the weakness in Dyer's bottom tower. It turns out Dyer's middle tower was worth a damn. It would Dyer's middle tower is under attack. Dyer's bottom barracks have fallen. face me! Monster kill! Like many a barrack before it, Dire's bottom barracks are under attack! Dire's middle tower is not what it used to be, that is for certain! Dire's middle tower has fallen! Double kill! Dire's ancient is under attack! Axes, please! Dire's ancient is under attack! Killing spree! Double kill! Axe proclaims a radiant victory! Radiant's bottom tower is under attack! Radiant's bottom tower is under attack! Kill! Axes, pleased! Radiant's bottom tower is under attack! The battle begins!
Andyan ka na naman, di ko maiwasan. Tumingin sa iyong liwanag, tarara.
What?
A few minutes later.
To be, that is for certain! Dire's top tower is under attack! Dire's structures are fortified. Super fortified! Like you can't even imagine! The red mist spreads at Radiant's middle tower! Dire's middle tower is under attack! meshmate! Dire's top tower is under attack! Oh, Axe is pleased! Heaven or hell, Dire's top
What is Topias thinking?
tower isn't one of them. Dire's middle tower. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack! Yes! Killing spree! Die! Dire's bottom tower is under attack!
Gago!
Your structures are... Mist spreads at Radiant's middle tower. Killing spree! Axe is pleased! Killing spree! Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Can take all the hurt Radiant cares to heap upon it. Mega kill! Double kill! Dire's bottom tower is under attack!
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Dire's bottom tower is taking many wounds.
Gago!
Go ahead. Run.
You don't need to wait for your line to have a blink for follow-up. The DK alone with a Grimstroke can kind of get that done.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Mm-hmm. I think there's still room for an Overlord hero. I really feel like that could be one way to give you more aggression, especially for Ragdoll. Tying that in with a DK could be very nice. Issue is that might mean you run DK's mid up against TA, which again, it's all right. It's not amazing for a DK, but it should still hold steady. If you do want to flex it that way, and again, offlane Lycan could be really nice. Offlane Chen, offlane Venge could kind of work out as your options here. Just playing with that early push tempo that a Dominator into Overlord can give you. The ore is really nice. Like the fact that it gives you Vlad's ore is pretty sick. And the Lycan does come out for MY instead. So they get the Lycan. That's a Dominator plus Overlord here already. It could be flexed into the offlane here for MY, taking a bigger safe laner if they want to. Could also be in the safe lane. A very open pick for them with MY. The flexibility with Lycan and Pangolier and kind of playing as POS 1, offlane, or support for the Pango. So a lot of options in flexing this. And they have the Elder Titan as well, which we know Leonak loves. Like that's the hero we saw him play a lot on Motivate Trust. It's a special of his. I'm sure he can perform here as well, and gives him great synergy with the TA. Like the base armor reduction with the aura on the ET makes it so much easier for the TA to just kind of melt these heroes that it shouldn't be a problem actually dealing with the DK once you have at least one item up on that TA.
So far for MY. Ragdoll, how do they want to respond? Thinking heavily about this
Radiant team ban.
Spectre.
10 seconds remaining. Dire team ban.
Yeah, it's not going to stop that from coming through from MY.
10
and my issue with the
seconds
Spectre is, again,
remaining.
that same timing issue you mentioned. Like, the Spectre just takes so long to
5
build up
seconds
compared to a
remaining.
Lycan, say, on the
Radiant
safe
team
lane, a
ban.
TA on the mid. They just hit these spikes a lot quicker.
Dire
And the
team
Spectre
ban.
needs so much more time to build up. We've seen that
Pick.
over and over again with Spectre. Like, it goes blade meal, it tries to farm up. Maybe you can play around with haunts if Ragdoll does play around the haunt tempo more, and that's where it feels a little bit better. But that's a long cooldown. That's like 210 seconds at level 1. You're not going to be able to apply the same aggression at the same tempo MY is. And I find it very
remaining.
interesting that Ragdoll bans out the Razor themselves. Like, that
5
felt like it
seconds
could have been one way
remaining.
to handle the TA on mid. Just go Razor mid, DK off lane, constantly sap away with static link, prevent the TA from getting damage off. Heck, even Lycan could be annoyed with that in the middle of a fight, as long as you manage to kind of keep him penned up with the Soulbind. So they ban out the Razor. They still don't have a clear answer for this TA. Outside of just straight up burst damage with a line and DK initiation along with the Inkswell. I think MY, with these 4 picks, no matter what they pick at the end, they do have that quicker tempo, and Ragdoll's going to have to find a way to rectify that.
Dire team pick.
Moment. Looks like they are going to go.
Ten seconds remaining.
No. I'm really scared for
5
what
seconds
MY
remaining.
has. Like, this is double Dominator, double Helm of the Overlord. Sure, the aura stacking might
choose
be
your hero.
not efficient having 2 Overlords because it's double Vlads, basically, but 2 Ancient Creeps running up at you at 15 minutes in. With boosted HP, with boosted damage, none of your heroes really handle that well. And I think MY is going to be able to play that pace really nicely. So, well, let's see if Ragdoll can kind of hold out against it. They close out with a Storm. You don't have the best hold from MY to stop that Storm. Like, you basically have the Stomp from ET and Venge Stun, none of which is fast enough to really punish a Storm Spirit. So, there's enough here for our Storm to keep dancing around. And my issue is that Storm and Spectre take time to farm. Even the DK, to a certain extent, will need Ags, will need BKB. So this is a slower pace we're seeing from Ragdoll. They do have to stave off this initial onslaught from MY with their early Dominator timings that they want to hit. And I don't know if they have enough power while waiting for that farm to come in to kind of stop that aggression from MY.
I mean, I guess we're both kind of leaning towards MY's draft. Ragdoll, they could definitely, if they could force it to the late game, if they can defend enough and maybe gain a bit of map control early on, I could certainly see them just taking over this game anyway. Again, I do think Ragdoll is the better team going into this matchup. Are against this Zoo kind of lineup now from MY, and we've seen that over and over again today, and I just can't remember seeing it lose. So it's very hard to go against MY with this draft, but we're heading into it. Game number 1 between MY and Ragdoll. We'll see what Ragdoll do to try and adjust to the new meta in this draft out from MY. But you could almost see it in that last phase of the drafts, right? They kind of look kind of concerned about how to deal with the Lycan. I just don't think the Venge made it any easier for them.
Yeah, it's... the tempo is just way too good. And we didn't even mention, like we were talking so much about the Dominator, the Overlord connecting with the Venge. It has natural synergy with the TA. You have the Wave of Terror, more minus armor on hand. You boost the damage of TA with your Vengeance aura as well. The physical output of BB is just going to be amped up by having this Venge, and to a certain extent by having Lycan around to cop all the hits as well. So the synergy is all there for MY. It all kind of connects, and you have the Venge and then the ET to drop base armor down as well. And they can make these targets really soft and just abuse that with TA, even outside of just the summon. So Ragdoll is going to have to find a way to really prevent that from being an issue, and I think the game plan will have to be stalling the game. VT Faded needs to build up on that Spectre. I don't know if this is a game where you look to play with Haunt, because again, it's 180 seconds of a cooldown. The uptime isn't amazing compared to what MY can do with their own cooldowns, and what they have to wait for, it's not much. So I don't know if it's viable to opt for, say, the Echo Saber build-up to play with that aggressive spec. You might actually just opt for the Blade Mail, take the game slower, clear out some camps while you can, really protect the jungle for the Spectre, and kind of play around like that. Just stall out for Spectre to hit some spikes. Have your Storm hit an early Kaya timing, perhaps, so he can be active early on. Maybe a Kaya or an Orchid could help that Storm make that space happen. But even then, that also takes time to build up. It's just an issue of item timings and power spikes, and Ragdoll's is just pushed way later compared to MY.
Be a very slow start to the game as well. Like both teams, I mean, at least for MY, you're looking to get those Helm of the Overlords up. A Ragdoll, they're not going to be looking to do much either with their own draft until they feel a bit stronger with their Spectre and of course their Storm. Speaking of that Storm as well, Citrus, he's probably going to need to be a bit more active on this Storm Spirit. I don't see him having that much time to be able to secure his own farm up. I think you will just have to start trying to dominate the game as soon as you humanly possibly can. Now we'll see. I mean, again, they are the previous champions of the QH Series #1, so it's hard to doubt them, you know, on the side of Ragdoll. Just based off draft alone doesn't necessarily mean they've lost the game by any stretch. We've seen plenty of teams win with way worse drafts compared to other teams, but it's just going to be much harder, I think, than they expect.
Yeah. I feel like the matchup team-wise is actually fairly close. The last time MY and Ragdoll faced up in the group stage of QH Sports Series 1, they did manage to get a draw. So MY, I mean, they're a team that can take games off of a team like Ragdoll every now and again, and they did show up in that matchup, just forcing a draw out with his team. So I think Ragdoll's going to have to watch themselves. They can't get overly confident and just ensuring they stall the game out. They do have to execute properly, execute cleanly to hit those later spikes. And MY, you know, they had a rough start. Sometimes when a team goes through a 0-2 loss like that, it just drives you to be hungrier in the next series, and we'll have to see if that does take hold of MY here, if they do get that hunger going from that last series.
We'll see. The lanes for Ragdoll at the very least need to be won, I think, in this game. You know, it's going to be quite important for them to be able to secure the lanes quite well here on the side of Ragdoll, where for MY, like, obviously they need to kind of do the same thing, but they can always rely on going back to that jungle and just hitting creeps and trying to hit those big power spikes you're looking for. Ragdoll, well, it's a very nice deep ward there from Citrus, something you wouldn't really expect to be here from MY. So maybe not going to give the high five back the way of this line. Very unfortunate. Wonder if they'll go for an early fight. But should be a 2 for 2 though. As I say that, VT Faded, he's sneaking up behind the Radiant Triangle. So maybe a 3 for 1 scenario here, as nobody spotted out VT Faded sneaking up from the behind, and yeah, he's got it. It's a nice 3 for 1 start. Definitely pretty darn nice for Ragdoll to get that extra kind of bonus gold with this kind of draft. MY, I'm sure they won't be too flustered by this. They'll be fine. They understand they've just got to hit those spikes. And they can just get going from there.
Yep, it's a nice start for Ragdoll to play with. Just having that initial gold is always good. You'll have to kind of watch yourself. Tigger's doing a good job of just cutting off the line. He's not going to be able to join back up top anytime soon. You're going to be left with a solo lane there. And that is going to be DT faded on the Spectre, of course, up against Seri on the Venge. Early on that matchup, solo isn't too bad, although you will have to watch for the harassment out with the Wave of Terror. Like, just having tree armor reduction boosts the damage output of Seri by a big amount, especially going for this double Iron Branch, double Circlet sort of build with a Fairy Fire, so there's a lot of right-click damage on Seri, and there's not much VT Faded can do to stop that harassment without the support around to help him.
Jeez, I love the fact that Tigger's just been harassing the hell out of this line, already forcing a salve usage and gonna make him TP back towards the lane. And speaking of this lane, top lane VT faded. Gonna be there with his line against Seri, of course, on the Venge. And you are gonna have Tigger making his way over on the Pango. It's already very aggressive kind of start there from Tigger. I do like that, just getting that early regen forced out. He knows he has the advantage in this 1v1 support matchup, and he will try to really press the advantage while he can before those levels do come up on this line. Even just with the shield crash alone, he's able to just harass him out.
Yeah, and because he cut off that line for the first level, it does slow down the Spectre a bit, but playing around with that wave is just so strong and God.
Yeah, Seri already getting the first blood there on the Venge. It was just basically all off the back of the harass being provided there by Tigger. You know, if you're going to go for that Helm of the Overlord, that bonus goal is going to feel very nice for Seri.
Yeah, he's holding back for now. It looks like he will go for the double Wraith Band first. We're going to have a lot of stats to play. We'll see how fast he wants that Helm, but already having a stat advantage, again, up against a melee hero like the Spec, every single time you cast out that Wave of Terror, you're just not winning the trades, and VT Faded's just having a slower time in lane that he'd want. It's a solo lane against Venge, but you're not able to farm the Spec, and that's a problem for Ragdoll.
I bet it is. Mid lane, Citrus and BB going to be going at it, of course. Right now, Citrus is ahead in terms of CS. BB is copying a fair bit of harassment already. BB always going to have the advantage of going into those side camps and just kind of farming those up. Of course, you expect ancient stacks to be made as well for this TA. But I suppose the same could be said for the Storm Spirit. Like, that's exactly what Citrus is going to do right now, is just making his way over to those side camps, get the stacks going, and eventually just clear them out with the Static Remnant.
Stupendous!
Leonak does try to steal the banner away from Citrus, but he was ready for that. Yeah, I suppose in some ways the TA doesn't have that massive of an advantage, considering both mid heroes can do the exact same thing with those side camps.
Yeah. I think the TA does do better with larger camps than the Ancient so once those Ancient stacks do come up, that's when the TA really starts to pull that advantage up. But Citrus doing a great job just winning out the early laning stage. He's going to hit level 5 a bit quicker. He might be able to hit his level 6 slightly faster as well. And it's that 6 mark which feels more impactful for Storm. Even with no items up, you do have the potential to zip in, look for the stun with a Vortex, look for that easy pick-off, whereas for a TA, you just kind of have to sit back and farm.
Oh, VT faded. He's dropping a lot of HP right now. Tigger still trying to go for this, but they won't have any form of control to really hold VT faded down any longer. So that is pretty much all his regen gone, but we'll have a salve coming out from his line to ensure that he's topped up. Meanwhile, mid lane, Citrus might drop here. BB going very deep, but does manage to secure the kill. Salve ready to heal himself up. And he's going to have 2 water runes to go back to if he really wants a second. It's a great kill for him, although bottom lane, KP now dropping on the Lycan, so that's a massive pick up there for Ragdoll. It's a kill that Ragdoll, it did feel like they desperately needed.
They needed to match that pace in terms of how many times VT faded. It's just being forced away. Like a while ago when you mentioned that salve, it got cancelled off by the Wave of Terror. So he couldn't really stay in that lane. He gets punished for it. MY, despite dropping the Lycan, I think they're still happy because you've really kept down the Spectre. You haven't given it this free start it wants, and that's going to be an issue of timing now. Spectre is going to have to go into the jungle, farm up, whereas your Lycan, sure, he died once. His Dominator is still on the way relatively soon. He has the parts up, just lacking Recipe. And once that's up and running, KNP can just play around with Shapeshift, run down the lane, run down a hero, and there's not much Ragdoll can do to stop it. Like, your supports at that point wouldn't have the levels to burst down the Lycan yet. And you are doing a good job on Guy to kind of stop it so far, and James is also trying to apply as much pressure as he can. But you can't really fully zone out Lycan. He just has too much regen, too much good base damage that the farm will always flow through for the hero.
One positive is Citrus is having a very good time in the mid lane. Apart from that one death, still well and truly ahead in terms of CS. That always says something when you are against the TA. So we'll see if he can transition that into kills later on. Top lane. Bit of a chase here onto the Lion. Tigger going to even get the body blocks off. There is a chase there from Seri as well to land the magic missile. And well, eventually they are going to be able to get this Lion very far. And that's a very nice Earth Spike out. But Tigger, he does land the shield crash. So pretty decent AoE on that ability. And it's going to be another kill the way of MY. They are really abusing this draft already. We're only in the laning stage. I mean, we're not even near the power spikes yet of this draft.
Yeah, I'd say we're kind of near. Just Dominator and Lycan's all going to be a big one. They are going for the shield crash stun though, down bot. But no. A good position for Leonac to get that stomp off, to break off that initiation. And that's the one thing Ragdoll can play with, that Dragon Tail into Inkswell, but even then they can't just line up and try to go for a Lycan yet.
Well, James is in trouble. Leonac, he keeps getting body blocked by his own teammates' Wolves. He had so much bonus damage just a second ago, but he couldn't get one hit off onto the Scrimstroke. Meanwhile, top lane Tigger is in a bit of danger, but shield crash out again. They found VT faded. And they're going to run after that line a second time. Seri, he has so much right-click damage. He won't be able to finish off the kill. It won't matter though. You force out another salve, and you've already got the bigger target and VT faded. This Spectre having such a rough start to this game number one.
Yeah, and I'm surprised VT Fade is actually opting for the Echo Saber build. So it looks like they will want to play around some early haunts, try to get some pickoffs, and roll with a Spectre there. I don't know if that's going to really line up in timings. Again, the cooldown on haunts is very long. Your opportunities to use that spell is much lower compared to, say, a Lycan, although down bot.
I mean, Inkswell's there. Leonac is going to die. KMP able to trade with James. And GY, I mean, he should be okay, but you've still got the Hellbear Smasher. Problem is he doesn't have that Q available, but he will very soon. And now it does. GY, he turned around for the Breathe Fire, but that might cost him. But never mind, KMP, he won't go for the dive past the tier 1 tower. But it's a 1-for-1 trade. As the Lycan, you're happy to see your Elder Titan die if you get the Grimstroke kill. Just one step closer to that Helm of the Overlord. It's right back to farming for KNP.
Yeah, and it's that spike, that one early spike for Lycan that should enable KNP to just take control of the jungle, build up his farm, not really be contested. He can start applying pressure on lanes, as we've seen with a Shapeshift. If he does get some room to kind of look for a push opportunity, that could line up. He is under a ward. Citrus.
And I zip in with the Inkswell. He is out of mana, but with that stun out and the Stroke of Fate, it should be more than enough to secure the kill onto KMP. So a great kill there. Decent warding from Ragdoll to get the vision, and it's going to be a little frustrating for KMP, I'm sure.
Yeah, a very important pick-off, and going to the right here as well. Citrus, he is building into that early Kaya we talked about. So the Storm is going to have that presence. It's going to be Citrus's job to take a forward presence in these fights, to be aggressive early on, to give that space out onto the Spectre. And the fact that he is kind of allowed to just farm up like this, like he had that great lane against a TA, he's leading in that fort by about 500 gold, which is not insignificant when you're considering what a TA can do flash farming. This is really good news for Ragdoll. The lead coming out for MY is only about 1k. So it's not too bad yet, and because of that aggression they have room to push in that bot tier 1 with the Dragon Form up on D. Not going to take too long to mop that tier 1 bot.
Dyer's top tower
I think this is very important as well. Like, just being able to trade objectives equally with a draft like what MY has got is always going to be quite favorable here for Ragdoll.
Heaven or hell.
There goes that tier 1 top as well. Mid tier 1 is going to be forced in by BB, so he's going to try and get some decent damage off here. And he's actually getting away with this. Tigger is watching his back, and yeah, that tier 1 tower goes down for free. They don't even try to contest.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
That's a bit worrying. Mid tier 1 falling early means the jungle's a bit more exposed, limits the space for VT Faded farm. You can see that they get the scan to protect him, and he does back off, but that's just time where he's not farming, time where he's not really able to build up into this Echo Saber, and the further delayed this Echo Saber is, means that you're not going to be using Haunt until that's up, and if you're not using Haunt, you're missing out on some key pickoffs to get yourself snowballing. They are lining up mid as well. They've got the leveled Song Tigger. They've got Rolling Thunder ready if they need to force a fight.
Yeah, I mean, KMP's been spotted here by VT Faded, but he won't mind. Is now Tigger going to move in? Citrus, he does get stunned. It won't matter though. There won't be a follow-up to it, so instead they might have to set up on James. The Echo Stomp does land. James, go for an Ink Swell, but I think it's going to take way too long to pop. It's not the biggest kill in the world, but they do get something on the side of MY. I think they really wanted to secure this Citrus kill on the Storm, but ultimately he is just going to be able to get his way out.
It's not the biggest kill, but again, it's opening up the map a bit more. It's forcing movement out from Ragdoll, and it's buying time for that Helm of the Overlord to come true. Like, you're only a little bit away from it, just lacking pretty much just the recipe plus a little bit more extra gold there for the side of MY. So once you hit that spike, you're in a really good spot. Seri is rushing his Ags as well on the Venge. So it's kind of what we saw last time around when we saw Venge Lycan. Like, you're always going to just have that early presence. Even if your Venge dies, you can use your spells highly effectively in the middle of these fights. Ragdoll, they were smoked up, but they don't really find anyone. They get a nice deep ward in that bot jungle, but without finding the kill, it does kind of feel like it falls a bit flat.
Well, they might get Leona. Stun is going to land there from GY, and that'll be enough to set up there for Citrus. Even get a bounty room for their trouble. So not the worst scenario here, with that smoke not really working out. They do get something for their trouble.
Has been slain.
Wolf form has been popped though. James going to be spotted out. KMP gets a nice stun off, and James, he's going to get shredded. In fact, GY, he just ran out of the Dragon form. Really unfortunate timing for him. And they're going to punish him for sticking around in that Radiant Triangle. And of course, that's a very dangerous place to be for GY. Especially considering that mid-tier 1 tower is still standing to the side of MY. And again, that's going to allow KMP to just escalate a little bit more. And well, now he's very close to having that Helm of the Overlord up. It's about 1k away from having the recipe. I'm sure we can expect MY to really start grouping at that point, though. Citrus, he's moved in. That is a big melt strike, and now the Echo Stomp is there, BB. He gets the kill onto Citrus. Pretty big misplay from our Storm, as now our Lion, spotted by Tigger, will eventually be chased down and taken out. And yeah, Ragdoll. They want to try and create space for VT Faded, but not at the cost of your Storm.
No, that's the one here that needs to snowball hard to enable this draft. Just jumping in a bit too confidently onto that TA, not respecting the damage output of BB. Desolator is finally up as well, so you weren't even dealing with a full Deso on the TA. Now it's up. That could be the Roche opening up for MY if they want to go for it, as we tend to see from TA lineups. And they are pinging it out, so they could go in. They've got the auras, they've got dominated creep that can help, they've got the Venge aura to boost damage, they've got the Wave of Terror as well if they want to. Looks like they will kind of settle down first, just keep pumping that middle though.
No, they've got the TA, zip in, Haunt is there, but Stomp is out. It does slow them down. They're going to try and help BB out with a nice swap there from Seri. A great swap, in fact. The Venge, it may drop, but it'll be well worth saving the life of BB. In fact, BT Faded He's not safe either. He will barely survive, but the roll is there from Tigger, and he's going to go right in for that Spectre. They will eventually get him. The Soulbind does lock both down now. The TA going to be in danger again as Citrus just keeps going to work, but KFB does join in now, trying to go after that Storm. He'll zip away. Tigger will chase him down with the Swashbuckle when he is out of mana, and Citrus eventually will die to the Wolves. As KFB will make his exit. It is going to be a 2-for-3 trade in the end, which does seem favorable for Ragdoll, but they lost 2 big cores. While they do make a nice goal change their way, I just can't 100% say it was really worth.
I would say it's something. I think Ragdoll should be happy with that sort of trade in the end, because we do still manage to get something out of it. The issue is KNP, because he lived true, he got a couple of kills in the back end. He has his full Humpy Overboard. He's got the Granite Golem up, 15% bonus HP. I don't know if you're going to have the burst damage to each of these heroes once more the next time they roll around with that aura. And this is when things can get silly for MY. This is when their aggression kicks into overdrive. So Ragdoll has to watch out for that. They don't have Haunt as well to re-engage here.
Roshan might be started. Overlord creep is there. They even got the Golem, which is generally the one you prefer to have, because it gives you that bonus HP aura. It's quite hard as well as now. Swap in Seri. He's got a great target. They've got GY, and even with the Earth Splitter, let's connect on to the Lion. Roshan, it's going to drop. BB, he'll take the Aegis. And things are just going really well right now for MY. I mean, I wouldn't say that Ragdoll is anywhere near out of the game yet. Still seems like a very kind of even game considering the circumstances. But it does seem about the time now where you expect MY to start really asserting their dominance.
This is the point where they're going to start eyeing those tier 2 towers, really keeping the map shut in for Ragdoll. My biggest issue right now is looking at Ragdoll. It's, again, the Echo Saber build on VT Faded. It doesn't help his farming all too much compared to the Blade Mail, so it's not like he's able to clear out massive stacks. With the Echo Saber, it does enable Haunt Place, although down mid.
What they got? Oh, it's going to be Citrus again. I mean, at the very least, VT Faded, he's still hitting creeps, but he's got a while to go before he becomes a powerhouse on that Spectre. Still then, MY, they can just keep taking objectives. And that they do. Top tier 2 tower does drop. James, he's been spotted by Leonak. Spirit is going to give the vision and information they require. Ghost form, it's going to help a little bit, but not for long. In fact, they're going for tier 3s. They've still got a siege creep up. I mean, why the hell not? You know how far ahead you are right now as MY. They'll just tank through the cliff and see if they can get the job done.
I don't think Ragdoll has anything to stop this. Like, they just can't stop this Ancient Creep from taking the front line, boosting the damage. The Venge Aura is just enabling this push with the Deso up. They don't have a solution to this massive physical damage coming through with auras.
Citrus, a Vortex that only buy a little bit of time. They land the Earth Spike as well, but BB, he's just going to stand his ground. GY, he's jumped in with the X-Wall. They're going to try and force the fight with the Horn down for KFB. He just goes into the wolf form and goes for the fight. GY, he is getting shredded right now off the Dragon Knight, and he's just gone. They are diving tier tricks already. There goes your Lion. VT Faded. He popped the Horn, but that's about all he can do.
Dyer's top barracks have fallen.
One rank's down, and I think they can keep going for more, but they will have to get started with that mid-tier 2 tower first.
Yeah, and it just boils down to, again, the difference in timings. And I think this is the draft where you can perfectly see that differential, where you have a hero that comes online very fast with just one item on this Lycan, and the TA is just kind of able to free farm. Whereas your Spectre Manta style's coming up next, you're still 2,000 gold away from that. Even then, that's not going to be enough on Spectre to have that forward presence. Your Storm, it has the Kaya and the Soul Booster up, but you're just nowhere close to finishing your items up,
And they jump again. GY with the X-Wall stun. They're trying to blow up this Lycan, but the swap is there from Seri to save the day. And now maybe he can still pick somebody off. But GY, he's going to be in massive trouble. He's gone on the Dragon Knight, and nobody's died from MY. They get the T3 tower. Tigger, he's going to find the Lion, and they just blow him up with the Meld Strike. This is getting to GG territory. I mean, you're just about there. And there you go, they call it.
Have fallen.
It's just the timings. I think Ragdoll drafted something that takes way too long to come online. They weren't ready for the aggression that came through with a TA of Venge and Lycan. All of these heroes just worked way too well with each other. The Venge aura enables that Lycan to really hit hard early on, and the TA to hit really hard early on. The Wave of Terror just enables that physical damage output. The mid lane matchup looked good for Citrus. He was getting a little bit more than you'd expect against a TA, but that's a Storm. It doesn't have the same item spikes as a TA does. It doesn't reach the same aggression as the TA does in the same amount of time. So I think for Ragdoll in the next game, they're going to have to look to get heroes that come in line quicker to match that pace, to be able to get their own push going on earlier, maybe a faster core as well for VT Faded, as Spectre is just way too slow for here to really fit in the meta, and we'll see if Ragdoll can correct that. But MY, they bounce back after a very tough for a series. They're looking good in the second one.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Kill! Axis, pleased! Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. The battle begins!
What?
A few minutes later.
To be, that is for certain. Dire's top tower is under attack! Dire structures are fortified. Super fortified! Like you can't even imagine! The red mist spreads at Radiant's middle tower! Dire's middle tower is under attack! Fresh meat! Dire's top tower is under attack! Oh, Axe is pleased! Heaven or hell, Dire's top
What is Topias thinking?
tower isn't one of them. Dire's middle tower. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack! Yes! Killing spree! Die! Dire's bottom tower is under attack!
Gago!
Your structures are... Mist spreads at Radiant's middle tower. Killing spree! Axe is pleased! Killing spree! Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Can take all the hurt Radiant cares to heap upon it. Mega kill! Double kill! Dire's bottom tower is under attack!
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Dire's bottom tower is taking many wounds.
Gago!
Go ahead. Run.
Bounty killing!
Invisibility.
Gago!
Bottom tower is under attack! Radiant's bottom tower is under attack! Radiant's bottom tower is under attack! Kill! Mega kill!
I just rule.
That's okay.
Mega kill! Dire team fail. Heart does not.
It might have to be the target that goes down first, just because Heavenly Grace is a really busted spell.
Ten seconds remaining! 5 seconds remaining!
It's hmm?
Yeah, that's insane.
Radiant team pick.
They'll go for the hoodwink. Fair enough.
I mean, it is a decent spear setup now for Damaris, so you do have good ways of getting that target stunned up. You've got a good source of break. Although there's no really here that you need to break here, but it's still a good amount of damage that can fly through. And why pick up the Bane? So it's a solution to the Pangolier. They've got the Fiend's Grip to play with. Bane, it does feel like it has better presence now with the changes to its spells, right? Like changes to how its damage flies out, changes to Nightmare feel a little bit more impactful in lane. So I'm keen to see how far MY pushes that Bane pickup. But even outside of that, it's just a way of stopping the Pangolier roll from coming out. And if you take away that spell from the Pango, he's going to lack a lot of impact in these fights. They even go with the Bloodseeker, so they're just making it really hard for the Pango to secure a roll, and it also gives them a way of stopping the scurry from coming through from the Hoodwink. The Terrorblade coming out from Ragdoll is a stronger, faster core for them, and Terrorblade also didn't get touched up too hard by the patch, so it should still have the same timings lined up. But I think MY has enough magic damage to kind of handle it, like Bloodseeker early on. Can just kind of force it to make a choice between Rupture and running away, or standing in the Blood Rite, cupping a lot of magic damage, and start to melt from that. It's going to be a bit of a back and forth there now for Ragdoll.
Dire team ban.
Hmm.
10 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick. Send.
Oh. Yeah, I kind of like this. It gives them a lot of magic damage with the Sand King. Now you have the setup to land the Blood Right coming through from the Bloodseeker. You have a lot of good ways of handling that Terrorblade, at least until a BKB comes out. And it does feel like you might actually have to opt for a BKB on this TB now, just because of all the sources of control from MY. Although, I guess, considering that there's a Bane, Fiend's Grip going through spell immunity, you might still feel inclined to not. We'll see if that's something VT Faded will consider, but this does tie into what MI was trying in Game 1. It is a fast-paced draft, not quite in the same way, so it's not fast in terms of push potential. There's no Helm of the Overlord carriers here, although I guess a Bloodseeker could, if you wanted to. You could try it, but it's not as effective as, say, a Lycan, and you don't have the best auras built into your kit. But you do have this early timing with level spikes. You've got great damage output early on. Your TA can kind of scale for you past mid-game, but ideally you don't hit that point because Ragdoll will scale really strong with the Terrorblade, and to an extent with that Mars. They go the SF mid for Ragdoll, and this is something you don't see too often, but SF up against TA. And this does give them really good team fight on Ragdoll at Sand. Like the Requiem plus Arena is going to be pretty terrifying. It's not a combination you see all too often. I am keen to see how much Citrus can get from that lane if he can kind of hold his own and hit those farm spikes. But the Shadow Fiend, it does feel like it is a fairly quick-paced hero, depending on the build-up. Like you could go SMY, which is a bit more physical-based. You could go for the Yules to kind of go for the burst play. Yule's Blink, maybe Arcane Blink down the line, and just kind of play like that. That could be one way to go about it. Lots of ways to go about it now for Ragdoll. It's not as farm heavy as Game 1, so there is a quicker pace, and that is them kind of correcting their mistakes from that first draft. That's a bit tricky. I think it's fairly close in terms of draft. Both sides have very nice power curves going into the mid and late game. It's just down to who decides to play more aggressive. I think MY is going to be forced to play that more aggressive game because they have a Bloodseeker 1 and a Sand King off. They want to be able to just run around, play around with Heavenly Grace, and how much that enables their lineup. But if the game does stall out, Ragdoll has a smoother ramp up in the late game. Just Arcane Blink SF is still a really busted thing once the talents are up as well. So there's always that presence on the SF. Terrorblade's still busted towards late game with Refresh, with the Ags, and all of that synergizes really well with Arena. So MY has to play really quick, but Ragdoll has that early presence as well. So I think I'd lean towards Ragdoll slightly, but I don't think either side really has a big draft advantage on hand.
I mean, I tend to agree with you. I think Ragdoll does have the better draft, but I think it could go either way as well. So we'll have to wait and see how everything does end up panning out. Because MY, they'd love a 2-0 victory after their 0-2 loss against SMG. But I do kind of get the feeling that Ragdoll this game around will have the superior draft and maybe be able to actually drag out the game long enough to have these heroes online. I do like the SF as well. I think the SF is proving to be a very strong hero in the current meta. Not the most broken hero by any stretch, but definitely very powerful.
Yeah, it's
30 seconds to battle.
I feel like the value in the SF here is because you have Mars Arena. So just Requiem plus Arena is just insane. You're pushing people into the face of the arena, getting damage off really nicely. You can play with a burst potential for Yule's Blink, and again, itemizing that because it does scale into late. With, say, your level 25 talent, you go into Arcane Blink, Yule's, you can still burst people down with Requiem. I think there is viable ways to play the SF oriented magically now, and that just allows you to play fast in the early game while also having presence in late game, which was always the issue with Magic SF. Towards the late game, you know, Requiem never felt like it was still amazing, but with the talents up, it does feel a lot better.
Already a quick D ward coming out from our Pangolier. Managed to snipe the mid ward there, so BB going to be going without an observer ward for quite a bit of time. Citrus, a very nice block as well on the SF. He has gone for the level 1 raises, of course, which is pretty stock standard these days. Feels like it has been standard for quite a while. Meanwhile, towards the north, already a lot of damage being pumped out here by Tigger with that level 1 Nightmare. Doesn't opt to go for that Brain Sap, but is abusing the level 1 Nightmare quite a lot. In fact, he's going to force the Pango back all the way to the base. He might even find the kill. He just needs one more hit, but he won't be able to get it. He's going to try and cut him off, though, it looks like. He has another Nightmare up. Shield Crash is available. He might be able to jump to the high ground, and he does. It's going to say if he misses that and doesn't get to the high ground, that's going to be first blood for Tigger. But I do like the fact that Tigger, once again, 2 games in a row now, has really abused the pos 5 of Ragdoll.
Yeah, it's just him zoning out, giving the 1v1 lane to Sari up top. We see VT faded on that Terrorblade. He already committed the Metamorphosis, so now he's stuck in melee form. Level 2 is up on Sari. He's got his Sandstorm and Caustic. Not very easy for VT Faded to go in for last hits because of that magic damage coming through from Sari. And with Tigger finally joining the lane, they can play around with Nightmare here as well.
But they will. The Caustic Finale from Sari. It's going to hurt quite a lot as well when you are VT faded. The range of that Caustic is kind of ridiculous as well. Like how long it reaches. It reaches out to do the damage. So if you set up a nice Nightmare and you get like a creep wave around this TB with the Caustic Finale, it can do so much burst damage.
The wrong way.
As I say, that Tigger's going to be chased down a little bit here by the Pango, but it isn't really going to amount to much. I don't think. Reflection is out, Tigger. No, he's going to be alright. Mid lane, you've got BB there on that TA against the SF here from Citrus. Any big advantage you expect to see here between these two?
It's a bit of a back and forth. I think Citrus should still be able to clear out the creep wave, abuse the time when Refraction's down, start stacking up the damage with his Shadow Raises. But at the same time, BB's spacing himself out well enough. Range here matchup for TA means that you can line up your side blades a little bit easier, so you can still get some decent harassment. But Citrus, the big difference compared to Storm is the presence of Shadow Fiend early on is a lot stronger in teamfights. So he's going to be able to go for those plays faster and much more impactful as well, especially if he does go for that heals build. We'll have to see what he does opt for on the SF. So far, he is doing a good job of keeping BB in check. Look, there's a big CS difference, 17-3 up against 8-1. BB's already held off on this TA compared to his first game.
For spot lane as well, you've got GY and James there against KMP and Leonak. KMP, not the greatest of starts right now on the Bloodseeker. 14-1, and GY having a very good time with that Mars. And you know, it's one thing, I never have faith in the position 1 Bloodseeker. I know we've seen it before and I know it's worked before, but it feels like if you don't have an optimal lane and you don't get a few kills going, the hero, it does feel like it starts to drop off a little bit.
I think the key thing for KMP here is that he's not going to be zoned out, simply because, you know, you can play with Turst, you've got an Omni Knight to support you. So all you really watch here for the Bloodseeker is to hit that level 6 spike. Once you've got Rupture out, you could look for plates, you could look to maybe drag down the Bane for that setup with a Bloodright, maybe you look for your Sand King with an early rotation, and you play with that aggression. So the Bloodseeker in this case doesn't exist in the vacuum. He will have to work with his team. But that's where Bloodseeker shines. He is a very early tempo hero. MY just has to abuse that once the levels are up. And I think for Ragdoll's part, they haven't really held off in that Bloodseeker lane too much.
In the top lane, Tigger giving the tip over to the Pango as they get first blood again onto this poor position 5 of Ragdoll. Tigger, he's had a very good series this far. At least in this one against Ragdoll. Bottom lane, bit of a play onto KMP with the spear out from GY, but gonna lead to too much. Both heroes gonna be just fine to back off. And well, MY, I mean, they're winning the top lane. They're not winning the mid lane, but it's still BB on the TA, so he can easily catch up. And the bot lane is... I'd still argue Ragdoll's winning, but it feels like it's even enough to not really matter. So this game number 2 is certainly looking a lot closer than game 1 was.
Yeah, I think the early presence of Ragdoll is shining through a lot better here. They're managing to keep KNP in check. And KNP, you mentioned it, but the Bloodseeker does have level spikes. He doesn't have massive item spikes. So even if he's allowed to kind of farm up a bit more, there's not much to be scared of. What you do have to worry about is when those levels start to line up between the Bloodseeker and the Sand King. And considering how well the lane is going for Seri in comparison, I think that's a big issue. The Sand King is going to set that pace to buy out the time for the TA to get big. And you're already level 5 on the Sand King, so you're getting everything you want. You've got the Soul Ring to sustain. You're not being zoned out at all, and that should lead to a really nice time. That just allows Tigger to build the stacks up for the TA, no problem, no contest, and that does secure you some catch-up farm for BB as well.
Well, mid lane, a bit of a race there from BB and Citrus to get that Arcane Rune, but in the end, BB is going to be able to secure it himself. I mean, you look at the farm game though, VT Faded and Citrus both at the top of the CS board, not really struggling whatsoever. Not the greatest of signs for MY. Because now, of course, VT Faded, he's going to be able to just secure the jungle for himself. As every Terrorblade does tend to do, some things just never change. Citrus doing the exact same thing in his own triangle, just taking the stacks away with the razors. James to apply a bit of pressure here onto KNP and Leonak. So they are going to have to allow GY to go back to the fountain as top lane. You see the Pango dying once again. Tigger just continues to take the life of this Pango. I believe Tigger lost his courier, but that's about all he's lost.
I mean, they did try to clear out some of the stacks, so they tried to contest BB clearing out. Is punished for it. But they do manage to soak away some EXP, so you do kind of achieve something there. You hold back on aggression in side lanes, you prevent the supports from hunting down that Terrorblade in jungle, and you're applying your own pressure. Issue is, while you make that rotation, Seri still has a free lane top, has level 6, has a Soul Ring, and again, he's saving up for that blink. And once you have that blink timing on the Sand King, that's when you can play with your Bloodseeker. That's when you can really start to look around the map. The game's still really close 2-0. You do have the 2 big cores from Ragdoll up top in that fort, but they're not ahead by much. BB is just going to be bouncing around with that, so is Seri, and KNP as well wasn't fully slowed down, so all the cores are getting relatively even farm. Considering the earlier spikes of MY, I'd say that's still looking fairly good for MY's end in terms of hitting some decent power spikes.
Bot lane GY, he's dropped the arena, but with the Heavenly Grace out on KNP, he's not really going to be struggling to get out of there. Citrus, he's rotated now, might be able to find Leonak. Has that long range raise available, but it's not going to be enough with the purification out. And now Tigger's there with the Nightmare. Setting up for his team, TPs are coming down. Don't have to really have the damage with the blood, right? Citrus, he's forced to Requiem, but a nice Burrow Strike Seri. He avoids the Requiem with the Burrow Strike and still lands the stun. And does take the kill for himself. And that's going to be the 3rd kill of the game against Ragdoll. Being taken by MY. And Ragdoll, they're still yet to pick up a kill this game.
Yeah, it's not quite lining up. I mean, we saw that early aggression coming out from our SF looking for the lineup. They didn't quite get the Arena Requiem use that they'd want. Getting caught off by that Blood Rite, although...
The top lane, James gonna try and run. Seri, well, he got the Caustic Finale off. I think that might be enough damage, but no. Seri, he's gonna keep trying to chase him down with the Burrow Strike, but James, well and truly with the Scurry, is gonna be able to get away. That'll be about enough. Seri, he won't continue the chase. I suppose you are still buying a hell of a lot of time here for VT Faded on that Terrorblade to just keep the farming game up. Exactly what he's doing. Still a very slow game, 9.5 minutes in. Only 3 kills going to the way of MY. And none so far for Ragdoll. But of course, their game plan is to just continue the farm game on their SF, on their TB. And it seems like MY are the ones that need to start applying that pressure now. And you are reaching that stage where you are going to have a siege creep spawning up at that 10-minute mark. So I do expect a push to start here, at least from MY, at this top lane. But you can already see Ragdoll preemptively clearing out the creep wave. So they're preparing to make sure that they can't even get this tier 1 top tower. They've got the Nightmare up, or rather the Fiend's Grip. Nightmare is going to be there onto our Hoodwink. Tigger going to back off, Rolling Thunder. Not really doing too much. And there you go. There's your Fiend's Grip out. Just grab the Pango. They'll take their 4th kill of the game now.
Finish it.
Just a bit early in the jump there on Ragdoll's end. They didn't have the information that MY was holding 3 heroes up for that push, so they get the punishment. Citrus again not finding the opportunity to really line up and get some Requiem kills. That's holding back the SF a bit on these timings. He is working onto his Boots of Travel, is going to have it up soon, so his movement speed's going to be shooting up, and that should allow him to run up and get the control he wants. But that push now, BB rotates in as well. With the Dragonlance, he can kind of hit the tower from a safe distance. Fortify forced out, but they should be able to find that tier 1 top. No real exchange coming out from Ragdoll yet. They're not lined up for their own push.
It's a lot harder to expect to push out from Ragdoll with their own draft. And they're going to get started with GY here. He'll start chipping away at this tier 1 tower, but there might be rotations to try and stop this from happening. You've got KMP and Leonak already hanging around. More TPs coming down to that bot tier 1. And Seri now, he'll take over on the Sand King. Yeah, they're not going to bother. So again, it's much harder to expect Ragdoll to be the ones taking these tier 1s yet. VT faded. He popped the Metamorphosis to try and secure some neutral creeps, so he's not going to have it available to try and force a tier 1 tower at the moment. And I mean, Ragdoll, they're just going to keep biding their time. The longer this game goes on, the better it is for them. They do definitely have the better scaling between the 2 drafts. I mean, at what point do MY start trying to run them down? Like with their own draft? Do you expect it very soon? Do you expect it in like 10 minutes? Well, what's the game plan here, John?
I think they're pretty much ready. They've got the Blink under Sand King. They've got the Aether Lens up on Tigger, so he can reach out for that Fiend's Grip a lot easier. They can look to really take the aggression out. Even the Maelstrom's up in KMP. Perhaps they're just waiting for the Desolator on BB. Just lacking one more Mithril Hammer, 1,000 gold away. They could look to take a team fight, transition to Roshan from there, and start cleaning up. The one thing that I'm worried about from Ragdoll's end is that even if they're giving all the space to VT Faded, BB's still out farming him. Right? The TA is just much more efficient in terms of clearing out camps because of Psyblades hitting multiple creeps. Although they are trying to jump him, but he already had the traps out to watch. So the haste pop by Citrus just won't line up for much yet. And it's just more time where Ragdoll's grouping up, trying to look for a kill and not finding anything with a core. It's just a bit more painful because they're wasting, not really wasting, but they're kind of not giving the SF much for his time there.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. They could be worse.
Mid lane,
Or could it?
Leonak and Seri just kind of waiting around as they are going to start forcing in this tier 1 mid tower. TB Illusions are going to try and clear out some of these creep waves, but BB and KP, they are going to commit. KP is going to be forced in here from Ragdoll. Bit of the swashbuckle in, but the Burrow Strike is there. Seri, he wants to start the fight. Rupture out as well. They ensure they got the Pango kill, but now a great bushwhack out. James going to turn back in onto KMP, and he gets blown up. Sharpshooter and the Raze was more than enough, and now they want more. They did buy back on this Pango, so they want to try and get some use out of it. FB's in though from Seri, back in onto Citrus. They've got the SF, and they've got the damage, it looks like. Or maybe not. Citrus is going to be saved with the Nightmare, but not for long. Tigger eventually does get the kill. Seri is going to Burrow Strike away, but they have the damage there with VT Faded. And now it's onto BB. Emperor Assassin has been caught out by the Spear of GY. And not only did they defend the tier 1 tower, they secured their first kills of the game. So looking like a very bad team fight here for MY.
Yeah, they just lose their Bloodseeker way too quick up front. KMP not respecting the burst damage coming through from Ragdoll, and Ragdoll managing to get a good sneak around with VT Faded. Like, if that Terrorblade shows up just with a Dragon Lance and Yasha with Metamorphosis up, his damage output's insane. You've got lots of physical coming out. You've got the value point with the presence of the Dark Lord here on Citrus already. So the minus armor is also enabling that Terrorblade to hit a lot harder. And MY needs to be very cautious about that. They didn't manage to get the big combinations they wanted to. They did force the buyback in the Pangolier, but that ended up helping Ragdoll anyway. And it's a buyback on the support, so it's not a massive loss there for the Dire side.
Oh, bit of an awkward situation here for the Pango, but he gets a quick Observer Ward D-Ward. Hold him in, the Rupture's there. He's going to try and stand his ground as the Sharpshooter flies right through to Leonak, but it won't matter as they got the Pango. KMP going to try and go for a bit of a mini chase there onto James, but had no Rupture to really hold him down. In the end, they got what they came for anyway, which was that mid-tier 1 tower. You've got to ask yourself the question though: have they done enough to slow down VT Faded on the TB? It doesn't really feel like it.
Not quite yet, but they have kept a lid on other cores. Citrus, can he escape?
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Means Rip gonna hold him down. KMP there with the Blood Right. Gonna be more than enough, I'm sure. As Tiga, he'll just throw out the Brain Sap and ensure they get the kill.
You two, follow me.
Yeah, I mean, it's still looking good for Ragdoll. Like, regardless of what's been happening across the map, your TB is still farming. And so far, MY have only got 2 tier 1 towers.
Yeah, and you're still hitting these good spikes on Ragdoll's end with VT Faded. They just have to play around Metamorphosis now, especially once the Scotty's up. They can take a lot of these fights. I think MY need to play a bit quicker. They need to keep forcing these team fights out. Looks like they are waiting for the BKB and KMP before they fully commit, and that BKB should allow your Bloodseeker to stand up front without worrying about just getting instantly deleted by the enemy team. And that should help. You also have the Deso up in BB, and he's also going into his own BKB. So you are kind of building up into these smaller power spikes now for MY. Ragdoll, they still... Oh,
Tiga gonna be caught. Nice spear around and VT Faded. He's there to clean up with the Metamorphosis. Into that mid-tier 1 tower they go. And again, I just don't think MY is doing anywhere near enough to shut down the draft of Ragdoll. Like, it's all on VT Faded, but he's going to be more than enough to take out the whole draft of MY when it comes to the late game. And now they invade the triangle right in. They'll spot out BB there with GY. He's got the arena. Requiem going to be channeled out as well. Spear is going to land. They've even got the Bushwhack out, and they've got just everything being thrown onto this TA. They finally get BB down onto Leonak, the Omni Knight. He's going to try and run, but there is a very, very scary Terrorblade. Nice epic and a Burrow Strike there onto BT, but he gets the Sunder off. Tiga's going to drop. KMP, he got a kill onto, or rather died to GY.
Axe observes carnage underway.
It's that point of the game now where Ragdoll, they're just going to start Ragdolling the side of MY.
Yeah, MY, they're not putting together as a team as much as we're seeing from Ragdoll. Like, after that fight in mid where they clumped up as 5, it looks like they've just kind of split up. They want to wait for these items to come true. I think they have to play while they're strong. Just play as 5, play with that Epicenter Burrow Strike combination with the Blood Right, play with this physical damage output on your TA with the Deso up. You can't afford to stream in 1 by 1. Ragdoll has the heroes to catch you out with a Pangolier, with a Hoodwink. They've got really great burst with the SF and the TB. And every single time they kind of stream in like that, there's just no way they can win out. Like, they need to be together as a team. That's where this lineup is strong early on. And all of a sudden, Ragdoll has a 5k lead from that fight. Like, they're just working the map really well. Their Terrorblade was left alone for a very long time. MY, I think it's pretty much time for a smoke almost, if not into the Roche, but they smoke under a ward. That's something Ragdoll is very well aware of.
Has come to Radiant's bottom tower.
Roshan's been started here by MY, but you've got the information you need. Rolling Thunder's going to make it very difficult to try and actually take this Roshan in peace. They do move in. Bushwhack's going to be off the mark as James is being chased down by Seri, but Leonak's already dead on the Omni. Now Rupture's out. to at least get the Pangolier down.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
You're not really out of the woods yet for either side, as GY is still rushing forward onto Seri. Roshan, it's still very healthy, but BB, he's going to keep trying to get to work. Problem is now VT faded. He has the Metamorphosis up. If he wants to join his team here to go for a Roshan fight, he could. In fact, they're just going to pick off KMP. Sharpshooter connects. Citrus, he wants to go for a big Requiem, but the Fiends group is going to hold it down into the epicenter. Both teams kind of throwing bodies at each other.
How many libraries have you left in
Do you want to go back for the Roshan, though? I don't think MY can safely do this. But they're going to try again. Aura strikes there, they've got the Pango, but here comes VT faded with that Metamorphosis. BB gonna go into the meld. He's gonna be spotted, however, and now he's a bit of a sitting duck. Guardian Angel gonna help, but is it gonna help for long as BB gets the bushwhack, and that's it, he's gone. And it's looking like a free Roshan now, the wave Ragdoll.
Yeah, MY just overstayed their welcome. They don't respect the buybacks coming through. They did not have Epicenter to threaten with. So, very clear-cut fight for Ragdoll. They take the first Aegis of the game. Aegis up on VT faded. They start to invade.
Yeah, GY in with the arena, does land onto Leonak. Meanwhile, though, they are going to lose their Pango, but it looks like VT is more than happy to go and force a fight with this Eye of Skadi up. Looks like that's going to be enough as the Metamorphosis is wearing off. They won't try to force any more. They just picked up the Aegis after all. So no reason to really try and force something like this. I mean, with Ragdoll with a 4k net worth advantage now, they are well and truly in the lead. And I've said this quite a few times by this point, but with these drafts, MY, they wanted to be way ahead at this point, and they're just nowhere near that at this point. So it's looking very rough for them.
Yeah, it's just down to the fact that, again, they took some time in the past few minutes to not play together as a team when they were strong. Now they've lost the farm advantage. They still have power if they land their spells properly, but they need to find VT faded. They need to catch out this Terrorblade while he doesn't have anything defensive. They do go for another smoke play out, and if they catch something big, maybe Citrus would be probably the best choice here. They could try to play off the back of that.
They're going to try and make the jump in onto Citrus, but he has a BKB up now. In fact, he'll pop the Requiem, but no, he cancels it off. There's a nice double damage there down to the bot rune spot, so maybe BB could try and move in and make something else happen, but no, VT faded. Nice micro on the illusion, does end up denying that double damage off. And just kind of denying the hopes and dreams right now of MY in this game too. Every time they get a bit of an opening, it just seems to be shut down again. And now they've grouped up. I think Ragdoll, they might want to go for a smoke very soon.
War has come to Radiant's bottom tower.
They've still got the Aegis standing. They've got a lot of power coming through here from VT faded. They don't have much to be scared of. Like MY, I'm sure the BKBs are up in a couple of heroes, but now it's an issue of dealing with the physical damage after the VT faded, and here they go again.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, why the hell not? VT, he's going to run right into Leonak, and that's a great target to get started with. Nightmare, going to delay it just a little bit. Leonak, he'll get the Heavenly Grace, but it doesn't block the damage the VT faded does have on that TB. It's into the top T2 tower now.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I don't see a defense coming for this one. You just got to kind of let this one go.
Radiant's top tower has fallen. If Axe was a tower, he would
never have to just
fall.
Play high ground at this point. They are sort of clumped up on the opposite side of the map here on MY's end, just trying to get as much farm as they can in this downtime. They're very close to KMP finishing up his full Mjolnir. So the Bloodseeker is going to have a little bit more forward presence. The lightning procs will start to do a lot of work. His right-click damage, his attack speed is going to be through the roof. BB has a casual Crystallis as well. Skip the BKB for now. So he's not protected, but he does have more damage. He is going back for the BKB next. And maybe at that point you start to feel a little bit safer on that TA. But it does feel like you are lagging too far behind. Like you've got a 3k lead on VT faded right now. His Satanic is building up, and it's going to be done relatively soon considering the space he has on the map. Once you have that, plus the Scotty, plus eventually the Crystallis into Daedalus, the Terrorblade becomes a massive issue. That it just doesn't feel like MY's got the burst or control to handle it.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Well, tier 3 tower is already being started. A strike there with the Sandstorm. VT faded though. He has the Aegis up. He just wants the tier 3 anyway. I don't think they'd fully commit for the racks. They just force the rotations back and that'll be enough. You know, you might have the Aegis expiring rather soon here for VT. But without the Metamorphosis, he won't want to try and force a fight. Just play the safe game, get the Satanic up into the Daedalus. And we all know the ending to that story after you've got that up. I mean, BBCA is good and all, but yeah, it's still into a TB. It's very hard to contest.
Yeah, it's an issue of timing. Like towards the late game, the TA, it still has room, but it needs more items to really kind of match power parity with the Terrorblade, and you're nowhere near close to getting the items needed. Say the Ags, the Ag Shard, the full Daedalus up, and the Swift Blink. That's when the TA can start to kind of match up against that TB, but we're not even remotely close to that. You're just so much stronger right now with VT faded. And we haven't even seen the full combination coming out from Ragdoll. We haven't seen the Arena into Requiem really go into play here yet.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Well, top racks is now under siege. Again, it doesn't seem like they're going to commit all the way, as they did just lose the Aegis there on VT faded, but they are going to pop a smoke and they do have the meta. You can still try to force a fight even without that Aegis up. It won't matter too much when you've got the Metamorphosis available. And now a Satanic available on BT faded, making it even better. Where are we going? Bot lane, BB. Oh, the blink. They didn't have the vision, but had they had the vision, they might have just got that stun in time. So Ragdoll, take their time now. No real reason to rush. We'll start working onto that bottom tier 2 tower, and but once that's gone, the tier 2 mid, probably the next objective. But I do believe Ragdoll, they'll wait for the next Roshan timing as well. Smoke up from MY, they might be able to get a good team fight going their way. See if they can find the initiation they're looking for. No, I don't think they're going to find it now. Not while Ragdoll just standing in the triangle. Seems like they've kind of read the movement here of MY. Unfortunately for MY, nothing going to come out of this smoke.
Yeah, just good avoidance there. Good game sense out from Ragdoll to understand that with all the heroes missing on the map, probably trying to look for a pickoff and not going to be able to find it. They just go for the outpost instead, taking back some of that XP per minute gain. So you should be able to get a little bit more from there. They have some control in the bot jungle to get some farm up. But Ragdoll's just slowly building up regardless. They maintain a 7 to 8k net worth lead. They invade the triangle. They shove out all the lanes, limiting the room MY can kind of run around now. And as you mentioned, they're just stalling out for potentially Roshan or just a pickoff. 50 seconds until we see that Rosh timer, and they're just gonna keep pressuring. Maybe even gun for that tier 2.
You can't even imagine.
Now, tier 2 tower not gonna last very long with the Metamorphosis used up.
Just like I
mean, you probably won't even bother trying to force a tier 3 tower here, but try Seri. Epicenter gonna be used up, but he connects on nothing. Rolling Thunder was already there. The Rupture is gonna put an end to that Pangolier. I suppose they have protected the tier 2 tower. It's something. Is that a Fiends group going on?
Yep. Yeah, that was
on what?
The red mist.
I don't know where. Is it still going? No, it's probably bugged. But the Fiends group was used instantly canceled. I believe he tried to cast in G and didn't really have anything to follow up. So that's the first BKB charge on Tigger wasted, and that's Fiends Crypt down for a bit longer. They did find one kill. It's a support Pango. Not a very big kill to take. They do force the BKB out in Citrus. So BB actually does manage to get something his way as well. But again, he can't really find a follow-up to get the full kill. And they're not really able to use much from that entire exchange. So they still lose out in tier 2 anyway. They're stuck on the high ground. One outer tower left here for MY as they try to play catch up with BB. He does have his BKB up, fresh 9-second charge. So you might be able to just stand in front and try to get your damage off. You are also slowly building into what I'm going to assume is the Daedalus, the full Daedalus coming through. So the TA will have more presence once that's up, but MY really have to get that initiation as a team well. They need the Blood Right and Burrow Strike to really line up on the big targets.
MY, I mean, they've spotted out the Roshan. They definitely understand they can't really let this one go down the way of Ragdoll. Gonna try and force a fight. Citrus, he does get caught out. Lincoln's broken, but GY is there. Arena doesn't actually lock in Seri for some reason. So he gets speared out of the arena. BB gonna try and run, but there's just so much damage with VT faded.
I'll take your tribute.
I suppose on the bright side, you killed the Pango, but that's to be expected. It's now KMP. He's gonna try and find a way out of this. But it looks like that way is not really gonna be the way out. He does get taken down. VT faded. He won't even go back for the Roshan. There's no buybacks available on MY. They're just going to go straight after the tier 3 tower.
No stopping this push. And the damage coming through from VT Phase is just way too high. He's going to take this mid unceremoniously, gun for the top racks as well with tier 3 gun. So big advantage coming through for Ragdoll, and yeah, VT Phase realizes, alright, go for the tier 4 SMY. Those respawns are long enough, the damage coming through is way too much. The 3-man defense just can't do much about this.
Yeah, it's very hard to expect a defense out of. They're even going to try. They're going to have to. Epicenter being channeled off. They're going to cling on to VT, but no, GY is there to cut them off. Citrus now moves in as well. Tigger, he's trying to find a target to get anything off on, but GG's been called. They've had enough. And Ragdoll, I can confidently say that both these games ended the way they ended based on drafts.
Yeah, I think for MY there's a little bit more leeway.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Kill. Axis, please.
Putang ina!